Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the finale of ISS 1. And we're looking to get it kicked off with Chikara Eclipse and Get Her Done. I am Brando V2, joined by Too Soon.
Soon. Hey. And I am really excited to see what we have going on here, Brando. Get Her Done and Chikara Eclipse both have some heavy hitters behind their team names, and they've been looking really strong throughout the entire ISS series. Now, both of these teams sit in winners final. One of them will be able to clinch a spot in Grand, and the other will be dropping down to losers final. So I'm really interested to see how this plays out as we're headed to Oni Village first. What do you think about this, Brando? What can we expect here?
I mean, it's Oni Village, so we can expect a long game. But it does look like an ad rush and fight or flight start. Oni Village, not too well known for its KO capabilities, but you never know. Someone might grab it just for that 1 second cooldown, but I have a feeling we're going to see fight or flight across the board. Speed is king on these wide open maps like this. But yeah, like you were saying, we're in the finale here. All these teams have... These are basically these are the top teams. We are going to have good competitive matches, and looking like Mako, Estelle, and Zentaro on the side of Eclipse. How are you feeling about these team comps so far?
So far, I feel like the midfield picks, which I'm assuming is the Aimi on the side of Get Her Done, and the Estelle on Eclipse, pretty typical open lines, a lot of long-range activity on the side of Oni Village. Mako goalie, it's also one of those goalies that can help with the defense and the offense, and we see the Kazan and Asher on the side of Get Her Done. I'm a bit curious as to who the goal... Okay, it's Tormi on the goalie, so yeah. Get Her Done is looking to run a little bit more closed interactions with the Kazan and the Aimi, and as we see Kazan try to crooked leverage there, but not finding it in a sense. So,
and I was right. It is fight or flight across the board, but we do see Cragley getting a quick KO with that Aimi blink in, and now they have a power play, able to get both barriers down, but not able to confirm a goal as both barriers go down, and now it's just an open field.
Yeah, the burst potential from the side of Get Her Done is really coming in strong, showing here, as the Aimi is notorious for how quick she's able to activate the offense just like that. Nice corner bounce, followed up with the glitch pop, and it just goes right through the Mako secondary.
Yeah, and with these team comps, we're definitely seeing, on the side of Eclipse, they have a lot of mobility and kind of a lot of surprise, really trying to like catch those clears with the Estelle, even the Zentaro dash once Zentaro can pick up that dash awakening. And we do see a good amount of mobility on the side of Get Her Done as well, with Kazan having basically 2 dashes, Aimi having a large area of influence with the glitch pop, her blinks. And yeah, it's going to be kind of interesting to see how these team comps like interact with each other as we see 1-1 across the board.
Yeah, it was a really nice try from Aimi, blinking down, thinking that Zentaro was going to flip to the bot side there. Tormi, that's a very sad position to be in as a goalie. Just an open net in the middle with a core flip in your face, but Zentaro Sonseki was able to flip it into the top side and get the first barrier.
Yeah, and we see Mudflap just kind of getting bullied, staggered most of this entire point, but we do see a KO coming out, getting Sonseki caught in that Mako ult, just taking a lot of damage, and getting KO'd out. And Mudflap, I don't think they've ever been able to get unstaggered, which is going to make it hard for them to contest anything, especially now that Sonseki kind of gets a revenge and gets a KO.
Yeah, I'm really surprised with how many KOs are dropping, and power play is excellent from the side of Get Her Done. Nice clean passes off that power play. The Aimi has been lethal. The Kazan took Vambrace expecting an extremely brawl heavy, which isn't typical on Oni Village. So So what we thought might have been a little slower paced core control game is actually turned into a slugfest. And it's really surprising to see.
Yeah, but I am all here for it. Oni Village kind of known for these defensive goalies holding it down, just constantly going into overtime. But these brawler interactions and Zonseki great positioning covering that clear. But these brawler interactions, I'm looking forward to make for this map to feel like a Demon's Days and just become these teams making it a brawler map.
Yeah, and this Awakening draft pool is really interesting. You see Aimi taking up extra range on all of her abilities. Kazan might opt for size here, and he does. And Sparks are dead, so we might see a lot more KOs coming out from the Kazan and the Aimi, who have already shown how potent they can be if the enemy is just mispositioned ever so slightly.
Yeah, that nothing too spectacular out of that draft. No real abyss. Like you said, is three of the Sparks, so Sparks are dead. I think the twin drive on the Estelle is going to be interesting. Estelle, notoriously one of the stronger midfields on Oni Village, just with how much influence she has. She can have it just at the midfield, and being able to deny the goalie any type of crossing out of the goal box. And having more of those blinks is just going to be more abilities, more projectiles, and more ways to catch the goalie off guard.
Yeah, and we see here that Blink was almost trying to activate offense on the side of Get Her Done, but unfortunately it was just able to sneak on by. Nice cross-up by Zonseki and the Estelle. Asher Dash wasn't quite enough to cut it there.
Yeah, and Mudflap doing good job. Mudflap and Serapi doing a good job with kind of their positioning and kind of like working on these passing plays once they do get the barriers open. And that's just going to be hard for Asher. Once the goal's open, Asher doesn't have much mobility. Atormi does take strike shots, so they have a little bit of range to kind of deny, but Asher really wants to keep... Well, Asher and Mako, both these goalies want to keep the barrier open as long as possible because they're both very slow goalies.
And it's Oni Village, so the first barrier is fake anyway. But Chikara Eclipse activating offense, beautiful dash from Zentaro, gets the first barrier as Estelle and Mako now have to play defense. Both flips coming out, both flips wasted, and Aimi is able to reactivate the offense. There's Kazan stuffed by Mako, denied as now it's Get Her Done on the ropes here. Nice crooked leverage, but not able to convert off of it. Zentaro stuffing the core with all his abilities as the game state resets to neutral here. And Mudflap trying to coordinate with Serapi, almost gets the barrier, but not good enough. Flip burn had to be. That was deadly, but the nice primary from Zonseki. Itormi had nothing left to give, and the point goes to Chikara Eclipse.
Yeah, and that was just kind of a back and forth side where Get Her Done just that Mako was just able to keep the barrier up just long enough. But like you said, Serapi and Mudflap just doing so good, just trying to set each other up and really put this Asher into a difficult situation. And that's, again, you have an Estelle midfield. That's kind of the whole point of force her into that 50-50. Is Estelle going to call you out, or do you try to like push it through the Zentaro?
Yeah, and the Zentaro, there's no pushing through that as he finds another kill, and it's a power play from the side of Chikara over here. Strike shot coming in, activating the offense, does get the barriers on Seki, but he pays with his life. Now Get Her Done has a huge chance to capitalize here, and it looks like they will with the turret, but nice defense from Estelle and Mako. Everything coming out to save this point here, and the game state, Kazan is staggered, and offense is quickly converted, and Mako looking like an iron force. Zonseki able to navigate through the Asher ult, find the only winning angle there, and Chikara is now up to, they equalized. Oh.
Yep. And So we do have Estelle picking up. Ooh. Goes for the hot shot. Faster core, some cooldown reduction on it. Yeah, there's a lot good here for Estelle. Could have taken missile prop. Zentaro going stacks over Catalyst. Catalyst not getting picked up at all? Unless the Mako, yeah, Mako grabs it. Kind of an interesting draft.
Yeah, it tore me able to get 2 sparks there, and really I'm looking at the Estelle hotshot here. That's really good on the character, and especially with how open this map is. It's going to be both helpful on defense and offense because red cores are very good in this game, go figure.
Yeah, but we do see a lot of damage coming out, both forwards on the side of side of Eclipse, taking a lot of damage, and I mean that's just kind of what Zentaro does. And unfortunately, Zonseki gets a little too close to the edge after that dash and gets caught with the flip out of Mudflap and gets KO'd for it. And now a power play on the side of Eclipse with an open goal on the side of Get Her Done, not where Get Her Done wants to be.
Yeah, the defense just went crumbling off of all that pressure, and a really nice flip, able to save that point. And we can already see the potency with aerials and Deadeye coming through on the Aimi.
Yeah, Mexi Casual's been really spot on with their positioning, their reaction time. The fact that we're able to get that core flip at the last possible second to get that save. Mexi Casual has not had many, if any, like missteps. Their positioning have been on point. Their strikes have been on point. Their clears. If Mexi Casual is locked in and no fear in this open goal from the Mako.
Oh yeah, Mexi is a force to be reckoned with, but we can't sleep on Kazan either. That crooked leverage forcing a 50-50, as we saw earlier, but it was able to be handled by Mako as Get Her Done is looking to activate offense here, and they take the first barrier. The red core's coming out with the empowered strike. A lot of dancing in the midfield. Flip force, flip responded, and a nice cross-up. No crooked leverage necessary. Kazan is so powerful in these 50-50s because not only does his strike faster and harder, but he has that ability to choose a lot quicker.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to the differences between these team comps. Get Her Done really focusing on that like mobility, the dashes, the projectile range, that kind of area influence. But Zonseki on the Kazan, much like you said, Kazan has a good amount of influence as well with that crooked leverage, with the secondary in the close secondary into ult for those umbrella pops to really cut off those clears. And so far, it seems like Get Her Done has just been able to get a little bit more confirms going on, but there's no one side that seems like it's dominating. It's very, very back and forth. It's very midfield heavy game, which is what you expect to see out of Oni Village.
And there's different styles to. Oh, that's. Oh, you hate to see the Soren coming out from Tormi there, but yeah, as you were saying, 2 different styles of play here. Get Her Done really focusing on the midfield, passing around the Kazan, respecting all the space he commands, but it comes at the cost of Aimi trying to find these kills and succeeding. And whereas Chikara Eclipse, they only need 1 opportunity and they can prove deadly as well.
Yeah, but we do see a flip on the side of Mudflap. Uses it. Oh, but Atori pops the Astral, able to deny really any kind of progression out of Get Her Done. And that core is staying over there for a long time. The barrier finally goes down. I think that's the longest we've seen the core on one side of the field. Get Her Done really picking up their control and being able to keep it where they want it, except Eclipse says we can do just as good. Aimi ult comes out, and now it's a wide open field, barrier down on both sides. And a nice glitch pop from Cragsley takes it, sends out to the top corner, and Mexi Casual just, that Mako speed is not able to catch up in time.
Yeah, and that's the potency I was talking about earlier. These players, they just need one opening. Get Her Done is trying to play the long game here, out sustain. Kazan, there's literally no range on that character. It's such a small box, but allow them the chance to get in close. The corner pressure is beautiful then and now, and the results are devastating for Get Her Done.
Yeah, but we kind of see the deadliness of Estelle coming in there. That Estelle ult. Tormy tries to clear it out. Estelle just pushes back in and makes it a fair game. Both barriers down on both sides. And Mexi Casual with an unfortunate strike shot miss. And Crackley just sends the core to the top. And that is 2 sets on the side of Chikara Eclipse.
Yeah, and it's going into set point here. Get Her Done really needs to find some sort of hope here in the draft, and I think they just might, because Zentaro is guaranteed one of his Dash Awakenings here. And that's the real kicker as he takes Explosive, probably the highlight of this draft.
Yeah, other than that, we do see the extra special going to Serapi on the Aimi. Or not Serapi, Craggley on the Aimi. So a lot more turrets might be able to help keep the core on the side of Get Her Done and just give Zonseki basically more attempts, all the attempts that they're going to need to get through this Mako goalie. And we kind of see it, they're not able to get that final barrier. But yeah, with Zentaro getting their ever elusive Dash Awakening, we're gonna have to see if Mudflap can make use of it and kind of catch the Satormi off guard.
Yeah, and I need to see a little bit more corner offense from the side of Chikara. That's where they shine. But as you can see there, that vertical push shut down easily by Estelle and Mako, as it's now Chikara on the ropes here. But real quick flip there, and the turret exerts a lot of pressure, but unfortunately not enough to get the barrier.
Yeah, and Craggley trying with the flip, wasn't able to get the angle to get that barrier down, and barrier stands on both sides, except Zonseki able to like send it to that bottom corner, and Mexi Casual just not able to get to it in time, takes the barrier, and Mexi Casual trying with the flip, does not get the clear, and we see a point go up for Eclipse.
Yeah, and attacking from the corners that allow Chikara Eclipse to get that first point. It's really potent on all maps, but this map, it's preferred over verticality because the speed lanes help as well. And as we see, Estelle dump the core in the corner, and I mean, corner offense is so strong, guys.
Yeah, but you did see they had to use 2 flips. Mudflap trying with the flip, gets denied, I believe, with the Asher primary, but Serapi keeps it in that corner, like you said, and uses the flip and able to sink it past him for that point there. But we do see Tormy with a nice hold. Again, 1 barrier is optional, so just give that first one up. Don't commit too hard to it.
Yeah, and the energy economy is looking really balanced now after Kazan was forced to use that flip to save the first barrier. And Get Her Done slow playing it, trying to find an opportunity here, attacking from the top. Mako strike shotting, keeping the tempo on their side, as we're really just dancing around here. Blink, flip, everything coming out here, all for that last barrier, as players start shuffling their pieces once more, trying to find an opening, but both sides look so strong. Crooked leverage denied by a well-timed strike. Ensnare drums shut down as well, and both teams are struggling to find the winning combination here, because the positioning of both these goalies have been absolutely excellent.
Yeah, we do see the flip up on a Tormy, gonna be just that hard to get through, and a flip out of Craggley, but denied by Serapi getting the save. But we do see a flip coming up on Serapi on that Estelle, and we already see a flip on Mudflap. And I think one of the big differences here, as Mudflap's flip gets denied with that Asher primary, for the most part, Get Her Done has kind of been very effective of getting some value out of their flips, getting something, making something happen out of it. Whereas it seems like I haven't noticed too many good like flips out of Chikara Eclipse this game.
Yeah, and we just saw two more right there. Ittormi, that was a good flip to save that points, but it was responded in kind, forcing the ult out.
Yeah, and we saw a nice glitch pop into a crooked leverage to get the barrier down, and once we hit that overtime core speed, and the core gets that speed boost from that speed lane, Ittormi able to get it clear and straight into Zonseki, who is able to hit it past Mexi Casual just before they can pop that Mako secondary.
And speaking of overtime, Oni Village Resident Sleeper is famous for going on to overtime with how hard it is to get that second barrier down. So we haven't really been able to see the red cores coming out from the hotshot investment on Estelle, which might just be the game changer here. If Get Her Done can last a bit longer to get overtime, Estelle will become that much more potent.
Yeah, although we do see a red core out of the Estelle there, kind of that primary into the speed boost. But we do see Zonseki has a flip trying to get the core to them so they can make something happen with it. But we see a flip on Serapi. They use it to try to get down to Mudflap. Unable to get the barrier, but we still see a flip on Mudflap to see if they can make something happen.
Yeah, energy is looking really important. Chikara just had all three flips. Cragly tried to use his to get something. Kazan used his, but Cragly had it locked down with the blink, and Estelle is staggered now, steals the orb from Mako as Chikara Clips in total control right now. Tons of pressure coming out. The corner offense coming through. Kazan in that 50 finds a beautiful angle topside, and Chikara Clips will take the first sets in this winner's final series.
Yeah, first game of this series goes to Chikara Eclipse. Cragly and Zonseki, I think the key factor in it was purely the scoring potential. Cragly and Zonseki just had so much cooperation. A lot of those goals came out of Zon just being ready with the Kazan crooked leverage, the strike. Whenever Cragly was sent the core to them, followed by the glitch pop, to kind of help beat out that Mako trying to clear it. And so I think that's kind of what we saw. We did see a lot of cooperation with Get Her Done with Serapi and Mudflap. It was very much just try to like shove it through, which when you're going into an Asher goalie is very difficult. That's where Asher goalie shines. You are not getting it past. But yeah. I think they just had so much forward pressure on the side of Eclipse that it ended up being just a little too much for Mexi Casual on the Mako.
Yeah, the brute strength coming out from Chikara. They were just dumping their kits one at a time, and Mako secondary is unfortunately not enough to deal with all of these potent redirects. So we're going to have to see how Get Her Done recollects their thoughts and goes into this next game before Chikara Eclipse just runs away with it all.
Yep, and as they're getting set up, I believe we don't know the map ban, so we're not sure what maps they're going to. But anything you're looking forward, what map you're looking for them to send it to?
Yeah, I really want to see a Taiko Temple. The corner offense is something I've been yapping about a lot. Call me the corner guy. And KG4-3, I was coached by the GOAT Z Yoshi. Corner offense is basically how you win games. And Taiko Temple, you see the two little barriers, one top, one bottom, and there's little pockets in between them. And if you put the core in that spot, it just broods for a lot of excitement. It broods for abilities. It broods for chaos. And that's what we want to see here.
As an Asher forward myself, I love Taiko for all the reasons you just listed. Those little pockets in the corner is just so strong. So I'm expecting those like very melee forwards. Your X, your Julie can be very good and a KO threat on this map. Asher forward if it doesn't get banned or denied or taken by a goalie. Goalie Asher also very good at denying those pockets. So, and it looks like we are getting a Stacks on Stacks and Demolitionist. Kind of a, I think, kind of a scary awakening, starting awakenings for our goalies. Yeah, they're going to have stacks for the speed, which I imagine if they go with the lock it down goalies, is going to be what they're leaning towards. But a Demolitionist going into some of those melee forwards is going to make it that much harder to clear it around them once they do get the core set up in those pockets.
Yeah, Demolitionist stacks on stacks. You mentioned earlier that Taiko Tempo allows for these stuff it in your face forwards in a sense. And I mean, Demolitionist is one of those snowball awakenings that gives these brawlers the size they want and the cooldowns they need. Stacks on stacks allows for maneuverability, but it wasn't really last game the dashes and the blinks that were it wasn't the movement per se, but it was the dashes and blinks instead that was getting the points, the barriers, and everything that both teams wanted. So it's going to be interesting to see how the match will play out, if the players will opt for gratification now or will they scale for the late game is probably the question to be asked here on the unpredictable Taiko Temple.
Yeah, and you brought up a great point. Like the blinks and everything didn't really come into play too much in our in the last map, but this is Taiko. There are some very fun angles you can do off those edge drums, off those center drums. I am a fan of, if you see the opportunity, go for that Taiko angle off the center drum. If you hit it, it feels so good. If you miss, it kind of feels bad. But goalies taking those stacks on stacks will help them just react a bit quicker and catch up to the core off of some of those sneaky drum angles.
Yeah, the drums are either a goalie's best friend or a nightmare. They're so jank, especially the corner ones, just sending it right back at you if you're unlucky. But they can also offer speedy activation of offense and a desperate clear when needed. So as we load into Taiko Temple, we see Cragley, Tormies on Seki, hovering the characters they want. A Finny pick, an Era pick is going to be the first pick on a Tormy, maybe. But yeah, what are you thinking about this highlighted draft here from Chikara?
The Era goalie is kind of interesting to me, but with a Finny, this is a Finny rune. I'm guessing it's almost like a double midfield, probably Finny leaning towards the forward position. Okay, and a Tormy switches to the Asher. That makes more sense. That makes so much more sense. But yeah, with the Finny, I'm wondering, they're probably aiming to get it up there and then drop the ult. And now they're switching characters, so just ignore everything I said. So we do see Cragley going with the now, and Zon going back to that Kazan. Again, you get that guaranteed size from Demo, and Kazan loves size. And I'm guessing the now is to help counter the damage that's probably going to be coming out from the Aimi and X on the other side.
Yeah, and we do see the two melee goalies here, Mexi on the Dubu and Itormi on the Asher, both opting for strike shot stacks, and it's actually only Zanseki taking demolition here. What do you think about that?
Kind of interesting. I don't hate it. X can scale with just about any awakening in this game, and X kind of needs to scale. It makes me think Mudflap is going to go more kind of a core controller as opposed to brawler style X, of get it out there and use that movement speed to transition from getting the core in the midfield into a scoring opportunity. And especially with a nice Aimi ult out of Serapi trying to keep in that corner, but the combination of Tormi and Cragley able to keep it out, and now all three members of Eclipse playing goalie here try to just deny Mudflap and Serapi here.
Yeah, Serapi and Mudflap exuding a whole lot of pressure. It's never a good sign when you have to have all three players huddle around a barrier. A flip used by Serapi to get it out there just to prevent that exact situation from happening to them.
Yeah, and we're again in that same situation. All three members of Eclipse trying to save that one barrier. They were successful the first time, but unfortunately not the second time with Serapi's Imi turret with Mudflap's X punches, strikes, but an unfortunate miss from Mexi Casual. Now we see both barriers down on both sides with a flip on the side of a Tormy just in case it gets a little dicey, but Cragsley and Zonseski get it done and finally sink it in after playing a lot of defense at that point.
Yeah, they saw their opportunity and they used it, and part of what enabled that point was that Taiko drum speeding up the core just enough to slip it past Mexi Casual there.
Yep, and we do see a little bit of damage coming out of Mudflap, and yeah, not a lot of early game. I say that Zonseski with a nice crooked leverage to get that first barrier, but not a lot of midfield action. This is so drastically different from that Oni Village game where a lot of the action was in midfield, and now we're seeing not a lot happening until one team gets the core where they want it or gets a KO, and now Eclipse has the power play.
Yeah, the Jubu ult committed early to shut down an entire lane, and Serapi just does it all by himself. Glitch pop into dash, true combo, and Tormy standing flabbergasted.
And Serapi not even using the flip. That's going to be a dangerous thing for Eclipse to keep in mind. Again, we were saying it last game, Imi has so much influence with the blink, the glitch pop, that firewall sentry. Imi being able to like pop in out of nowhere, get that flip and then get the barrier, get the goal is a huge threat for Eclipse right now.
And Serapi is just dropping that firewall sentry. It allows Mexi to push up as Mudflap is going to town. Tofu Fortress denies the lane once more, but Mudflap and Sonseki both Kazan, both staggered, and Serapi is able to pick up the kill. Now it's Serapi all by himself as Mudflap falls back, and he gets the barrier, goes for a creative angle, and still maintains possession. Mexi pushing up with the log, and it gets right through Cragly and Tormy there. Really great stuff from Get Her Done.
That was such a good rotation on Get Her Done. That's something I love to see, especially these high caliber teams do, is Mudflap was staggered. Mudflap needed to get out of there or risk getting KO'd. So they fell back to the goalie, and you saw Mexi Casual just push all the way up, basically becoming the other forward, letting Mudflap be the temporary goalie, and not giving up any of that pressure just because your forward was staggered.
Yeah, and we're really seeing the power of Dubu on this map. Mexi has been pushing up permanently, and that Tofu Fortress was able to get the first barrier. But Mudflap, in a peculiar situation, is getting kit dumped here and is forced to fall back once more. And Chikara is trying to activate offense here. Nice pass from Zonseki. It's in the corner. That's where you want it. Cragly shoots, but no cigar, as Mexi Casual is able to clear it back to Mudflap, and offense is starting once more. The Taiko drum, nothing coming of it. Mexi clears up as possession goes right back to the side of Chikara Clinkers. X Maximus out here, and a flip too, trying to kill, and he does. Cragly flew a little bit too close to the sun there, wasn't even staggered as Tofu Fortress is up again. Mexi not able to save that one, but it's still a power play on the side of Get Her Done here, as the Taiko drum is just shenaniganing it up. Cragly, nice pass into the corner, and Zonseki with the open umbrella is able to find it there. And these teams are just going back and forth here, and the power plays are really what has been keeping Chikara in this game right now.
Yeah, and kind of like I was saying, a lot of the action is happening in the goal boxes, each team just trying to set up their offensive push. And now that we hit that overtime speed, each team able to make those transitions once they get the clear that much quicker to a more offensive push. And yeah, that's what we're seeing. Those drums just basically send it red core, and you're sending flips to just get it across the map, trying to make something happen. You see that Tofu Fortress come in to deny those midfield crosses, and Cragley trying to get it clear. Mudflap dashes and able to send it to that bottom corner where Atormi is not. And Get Her Done takes his first set.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a lot of very scary stuff here. Twin Drive on the Imi, on Serapi, who has been so devastating. We'll see if we'll take it. No, denies the Knife's Edge, which is a smart choice in of itself. Missile prop here on the Dubu would be excellent, but opts for the Twin Drive instead, which makes sense. And we're really seeing a lot of general good picks here. Now is going to start scaling with the Sparks Prize Fighter. Mudflap, it's 50-50 on that one. He's found some nice kills, but he's also been getting staggered himself, so we'll have to see how this plays out, as I believe there might be some technical difficulty here.
Yeah, looks like something on the side of Get Her Done. Not sure if it's Mudflap or Mexi here. But what we do see, this kind of gives us a chance to talk about these Awakening pickups. Like you mentioned, Mudflap kind of playing the high risk, high reward Awakening picks right now, with these stacks on stacks starting Awakening and that Prize Fighter. If they can stay alive and get those KOs, they're going to scale out of hand with their damage, and especially X having so many impact abilities. Once they get in that corner to start dumping abilities, that's going to be a lot of damage going into Chikara Eclipse, especially with some of those kind of like double, triple goalie situations they've been finding themselves in.
Yeah, Serapi and Zonseki have just been, Mudflap have been commanding so much space with their abilities. It's really interesting to see Zonseki opt for the scaling, knowing that he and Serapi have been doing such a great job controlling this core.
Yeah, but on the side of Eclipse, like you said, Cragley picks up the Spark of Resilience, gives kind of some ability to scale later in the game. I don't think it's going to have too much of an impact on this first Awakening. I mean, it's a little bit of stagger. We've seen a lot of damage come out. But I think on the side of Chikara Eclipse, the big pickup here is a second size Awakening on Zonseki with the Kazan. That's just bigger strike boxes. Kazan having that longer strike when it's closed form. But also all those abilities, just about, I believe everything Kazan has is considered melee, which means it's going to scale with that size. And so we might be seeing even some more damage and some more potential for core control with that crooked leverage coming out from Zonseki and kind of tripping up that Dubu. And we see them ending the match here. Okay, and we are getting word that Mudflap does have to leave on the side of Get Her Done. So they are going to swap in and pick up fresh start, new drafts, new Awakenings, I believe, as well. So this is going to be interesting. I'm going to shoot a quick question to broadcast if this is... It's still 1-0 in the series, I assume. Okay, perfect. And so, yeah, that kind of clarifies. Awakenings will be the same. And we're starting this all over. Kind of interested. Let me look at the draft here. It looks like Cloak Oak, I believe, is the sub for Get Her Done, going into that forward position. Looks like Zentaro, Kazan, Asher. Kazan and Asher, as we saw with Zonseki picking up that Kazan, not a bad pick on Taiko. Asher, if they can get on the forward pick, is going to be good on Taiko as well.
Yeah, Cloak Oak coming in here to fill Mudflap's shoes. Pretty big shoes to fill. Mudflap was doing such a great job commandeering that space. But with a new draft, it's a fresh start for both of these teams. We're going to have to see how it plays out here. We may or may not get different team compositions or awakenings. So it's just something to look out for. Chikara has a new opponent. They probably haven't played against Cloak before. A lot of new variables going into this next game here.
Yeah, but also on the side of Get Her Done, kind of swapping your forward in. You just had this first game in the series. You were, I assume they would have done like warm ups, or they've been like scrimming during the week, and you're kind of familiar with that forward. So swapping it in with your sub. Granted, they're sub for a reason. They're probably comfortable with them, but we might see the first point or so, just kind of them getting used to that new forward. Even though, depending on their forward pickup, Cloak Oak might play very similarly to Mudflap and kind of go that brawler style.
Yeah, and with the downtime that is being afforded to both of these teams, they can start to look back and see what was going wrong. And on the side of Chikara Eclipse, it's probably preventing them getting pushed into a corner by that X. So the Taiko Temple draft, it's restarting. These picks that they're hovering right now are probably fake, but the goalie is going to be getting first pick here. So we'll have to see how this shakes out, how Chikara Eclipse is going to adapt, knowing that the forward is different and they have a new lease on life here.
Yeah, and yep, Atlas Mako bans, kind of what we saw last time. Each team kind of banning the goalie, so with the goalie still being there, probably their priority. And yeah, I imagine on the side of Eclipse going to be picking up the same strikers. We get the Asher. Yep, looks like so far the same. And
Okay.
Cloco possibly picking up that X. Yeah, exact same team comps, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like, just to keep it fair, obviously both teams would run the same team comps again. I don't know even why I phrased that question, but we're going back to it. Everybody taking stacks on stacks, except for Zonseki, who took the demo. Fresh start,
Yeah,
and let's get to it.
Fresh start, but looking exactly the same. We see Cloco going for the stacks on stacks over that demo on the X as well. But a nice double barrier coming out. Cloco really trying to prove themselves here, it seems like.
Yeah, Cloak Oak and Mudflap have been playing the exact same, running it down. X Maximus finds a kill, goalie down. Serapi trying to feed it to Cloak, but Zonseki running the middleman there, interfering, and they're not able to find anything off the power play as Itori is back online. And in fact, it's Get Her Done under pressure now. But a nice glitch pop from Serapi, able to neutralize thing as the Tofu Fortress is committed, and the Sentry. Well, this is a lot of pressure to be dealing with. A nice top bounce, and the Soren able to clear for Chikara Eclipse. As they try and buy time, they're navigating the core flips that are both on with an open net. This is real dangerous territory. Serapi walks in with a backwards bounce off the Taiko drum. The creativity this map allows showing off in full display.
Love seeing that like you said, that creativity. Serapi using the flip, and rather than trying to like find the shot, find the opening in the goal, opts to send it backwards into the drum and just kind of mix up Itormi and the rest of Chikara Eclipse on where it's going to go. And great play there, honestly, Serapi.
Yeah, and how Mudflap was commanding the space, he was also taking a lot of damage, and we see Cloco following suit. He's staggered, but he's going to be able to pick up an orb here. But unfortunately, Mexi not in a position to deal with the top barrier as he was tending to Cloak. But the offense is activating, and he finds the kill off the Taiko drum in the middle. So now it's a power play here on the side of Get Her Done. Nice glitch pop finds the first barrier. Mexi stepping up to the midline despite the open barrier, trying to keep this play alive. Sends it to Cloak with the log, but unfortunately Cragley is able to stuff it here. Roll to buy time. Cloak Oak with the bell ringer. And we see a lot of action here in the down lane as no up clears are being taken.
Yeah, each team just kind of like stuff it through to the other side, and Cloak Oak and Cragley just kind of like sending it back and forth, trying to either give it to their forward for Cragley to give it to Zon, or Cloak Oak just to get into that pocket so they can push up and start challenging Itormi. But they do finally send it to the top and take that. Try to make something happen.
Yeah, get her done here on the offense once more. A flip from Serapi, not able to find anything, but these Taiko drums are ever unpredictable here. As Cragley, a nice combo there, unable to find it though. The passes have been immaculate, however. The Taiko angle almost coming through. Serapi is running incredible defense here, cutting the pass as the log sends it to the other side, but just as soon as it did, it comes back thanks to the volatility of this map. Chikara in an excellent position here. Nice flip from Mexicasual, able to save it at the last second. Cloak finding the bottom barrier, but that crooked leverage rigs the strike war in Zanseki's favor. And that was a hard-earned point from Chikara, but a point nonetheless.
And I kind of actually want to mention here, I feel like we don't get this opportunity too much of basically running two teams back to back effectively with one team switching a person in, and kind of the difference between Cloakoak and Mudflap on this X here. Cloakoak has really fallen into that X brawler, even though they took that stacks on stacks, by finding a lot more KOs, a lot more damage, and we're kind of seeing Get Her Done be able to use that to their advantage this time around.
Yeah, there's just been a lot of stuffing potential here from both sides as we see Chikara Eclipse able to stuff it in past the log. And what a disgusting angle off the Taiko drum there. Cragley able to sink it through and give Chikara their first lead.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Cloakoak is having some technical issues. They've stood still twice. One, I thought they were staggered, so they were just standing in the middle of the field to stay alive. But yeah, they kind of let that Atormi clear right past him that last point. But they're on it now. They have their flip. They are trying to make an offensive push with a double KO on the side of Eclipse.
Oh my goodness, all the eggs from Get Her Done were being put in one basket. Mexi, that's too tall in order. The Tofu Fortress and the Sentry Wall worked against them as they were forced in one area, allowing for the kit dump, and that's just a lot of damage to deal with. So Chikara able to completely reverse the momentum there, and we're going to see now pick up a Size Awakening. That is devastating, but there are a lot of good picks here. Team Player, Extra Spec, Hotshot, Catalyst. This is a good draft in general.
Yeah, this is going to be a good draft. I think everyone's going to be able to get something. You're seeing that Team Player on Mexicasual being able to send it. I think the weakest out of this right now is Asher just picking up the Stagger of Resilience, but Spark Awakenings are basically just an investment. So Atormi has a huge chance to scale in these next couple drafts if they need to. If we keep seeing Chikara Eclipse take kind of advantage of those insane power play, if they can pull that off again, Atormi may not need those other sparks.
Yeah, but it's always nice to have, as Chikara is up 2 barriers here. You can already see how big the Dorito chip is. Zanzeki dribbling. Zanzeki finds the dash into ult conversion and gets it right through Mexicasual.
Yeah, and I feel like kind of the momentum swing we're seeing now, because that first set, even though it went to the side of Chikara Eclipse, it felt like Get Her Done was controlling most of that last set. Just Eclipse able to find some more opportunities and take advantage of those more than Get Her Done is able to. But kind of what we're seeing now is Cloakoak is just having a hard time once they do get the core to kind of keep possession and keep it on that side of the field, to give Serapi enough time to come up and try to help with those, make those scoring attempts, get those barriers. And we're just seeing a lot more control on the side of Eclipse, especially with Zanzeki. Once it gets over there, just keeping it over there long enough to make something happen.
And make something happen they did on the side of Get Her Done. Cloakoak is able to find the McDouble, strikes it up with the flip, and a nice dash confirms it into the net there. Cloakoak was looking dead that entire point, but came back to life there at the end.
X has a lot of deadly combos, but one of the best combos for scoring like that is just flipping the bull rush. You get the stun. Nothing's gonna stop you unless they can stun you out of it. Just such a hard combo to have an answer to.
Yep, and we see that stuffing power right there. X, supported by the Imi, is able to get the first barrier there. As we see all the dashes coming out, Cloakoak looking very low, has to flip, and he's dead now. So now it's a power play on the side of Chikara, but the Tofu Fortress shuts it down and buys some precious seconds. Nice pass to activate offense here from Chikara, but a glitch pop intercepts, and that's the second barrier. So a power play gone relatively neutral for the side of Chikara as Cragley tries to push it through, but opts to go up instead. X is no joke. Serapi, nice dash to get the core control, and it's just a cluster mess down in the bot side here. Sentry Raw is going to shoot at air as the core is cleared ups here. Cloakoak in the thick of it, but a nice flip from Etormi is able to clear it bot side. But Mexi has been quick to activate the offense here as we see Chikara is forced to just run one man up, run one man down, and Serapi finds a nice angle to give Cloakoak a set point here.
And I think that's just kind of the win condition here for Get Her Done, and they might be finding it here that Cloakoak's job isn't necessarily to score. Yeah, they're the forward and they should be scoring. But if they get the core up in the front, is to like keep control of it, keep it there long enough for Serapi to come in, because Serapi has been doing such a good job calling out Etormi with these glitch pops, these blinks, kind of catching those clears.
Yeah, but Zonseki called out the entirety of Get Her Done there. Nice crooked leverage into the open top side, and it's set point for both the teams here. This is a critical set for Get Her Done to win. They do not want to give Chikara set point match point here.
Yeah, and Cloakoak really, again, leaning over into that brawler play style, really trying to deal the damage, but just unfortunately just not able to get any of those KO confirms, get anyone staggered, and we see him kind of like fall back either because they're staggered or they're coming in to like dump damage. And what they really need to do is like right there, be ready to get the pass and get that barrier down, as we see Get Her Done finally taking a barrier down on the side of Eclipse.
Get Her Done has been looking monstrous on this offense. X Maximus almost finds it, but Cloakoak is staggered. He's going to get an orb and he's going to get his flip. So there's a lot to play for here on the side of Get Her Done. A nice glitch pop activates the offense, but it's stuffed by the Asher ult there, and the Taiko drum is what ultimately gets the barrier there. As Get Her Done, this is a huge opportunity for them to get back in this game.
Yeah, and kind of like we've seen so many times, an unfortunate sword angle just kind of gets caught with that firewall sentry out of Serapi. But kind of what we see several times now is like once Get Her Done can get Cloakoak and Serapi up there, all three members kind of have to work to defend against them. They are such a good unit offensively. It's just they need to get to that offensive position quicker.
Yeah. And going into this draft, there's a few options to help activate that offense and get into position. The fighter flight is going to be taken by Cragley here, and we see Mexi deny the spark scaling from Etormi, but Unstoppable is always a notoriously good pick on the goalie, and with how battered and bruised Chikara has been throughout this game from the X, that's a good pick.
Yeah, I don't think that's such a bad deny out of Mexi Casual. The spark, it denies the spark. It is spark of speed, probably one of the better ones. But with everything else over there, yeah, Unstop would have been nice. But I think it was Aerials and Prize Fighter, neither of which too good for a Dubu goalie in this position. So I think that's a very valid deny.
Yeah, but the effects of the draft not paying off for Get Her Done here, as it was a real clean sweep from Chikara. Absolutely no answers from the side of Get Her Done. The Dorito chip, the Kazan going everywhere all at the time. It's a little too much to handle here for Mexi Casual.
Yeah, and again, Eclipse has just been doing such a good job getting it up to Zonseki, or once if they do have to come back, like we're seeing right here now, this kind of three-man defense against Cloakoak and Serapi. getting the core and then getting both Kragley and Zonseki into a position to make an offensive push. But Mexi Casual, as long as Zonseki isn't there and ready, Mexi Casual can find those clears and get it back up to Serapi and Cloakoak.
And we see 2 flips expended in quick succession. The disaster of last point quickly answered by Get Her Done as Cloakoak is in a position to score here. Flips, but Etormi right in his face with a flip of her own. An unfortunate barrier. Mexi simply not in position there. Serapi activating offense with that glitch pop, denied by Kragley, but the flip in turn denied by Serapi. As we now see corner offense coming through here. The bell ringer created so much space, but the core just wasn't there. Mexi gonna send it up to Serapi here, as the Taiko is so critical for keeping the momentum and the tempo on the side of Get Her Done here. They need to find this point. A huge summer assault that was about to go in, as we see a lot of slow play here, but Kragley and Zonseki, we've seen time and time again how quick they're able to activate the offense here. Cloakoak gonna help them with that bell ringer, but the Taiko drums almost ended in disaster for Chikara, as a strike reset is ultimately what's going to get the point for Get Her Done there. Very chaotic, but at times peaceful as well with how they were slow playing it.
Yeah, and what kind of like what I've been saying, once Cloakoak is there and just kind of like lets Serapi and Mexi Casual like do the defending, get the core pushed up, they can be there to find those confirms with that strike reset we saw there, even to get that last barrier in that previous point. Serapi is just doing so well of calling out not only Etormi with some of these clears with the glitch pop, but also being able to get it around Kragley in the midfield, and a nice flip and KO combo by Cloakoak and Serapi to get to that second point.
Extremely great awareness from Cloakoak there, able to time the flip perfectly so that the barrier drops and the core is flipped 2 millimeters from the goal line. So Cloakoak is really showing extraordinary game knowledge as the ults are coming out here from the side of Get Her Done. Cloakoak standing in all, and Serapi real fast with the core flip and Egoist, but Chikara able to find the clear flip off of the Dorito, denied by Kragley. Ults to keep himself alive as Cloakoak is bloodthirsty, but the core, it gets past Mexi, and now it's Chikara in position to get it done. But unfortunately, they let it drop by here as Serapi looking to activate offense once more. Zonseki with the flip. Nice walk up from Mexi, shuts it down. But the crooked leverage almost finds something. Serapi covering topside, thankfully. Cloakoak, it's in the corner with the Sentry Wall, with the Tofu Fortress. This is not looking good, but the Asher Ult able to stuff it all out. Cloak burns his flip, but I don't think it will matter if they can get a 2-1 once more. Where's a flip? There's a shot, but Etormi walks up and gets it. Bellringer not... Well, Bellringer almost got the Etormi there, but Serapi with the Taiko angle. Nice offensive play there from Get Her Done.
Yeah, I believe before the reset, we saw a nice little hit off the drum by Serapi to score it, and it's nice to see it again on that really tricky to like try to read Taiko angle. But we do see a Monu coming out of this IME, which means taking those firewall sentry turrets is just going to be brutal on the side of Chikara Eclipse.
And it also serves as a great deny too, even though now has Timeless. You can't go wrong with more. Bigger is better, as Mexi opts for peek there instead of missile prop. Not quite sure about that one.
Yeah, and we do see the peak performance, good awakening, especially on those high stagger characters, going to the Dubu, which people ever since that nerf, however many micro patches ago, have been missing ice skating Dubu. Mexi Casual feeling right at home with this Dubu speed, kind of pushing forward, allowing Cloakoak to fall back, get that stagger orb, and get healed back up, and able to transition. They were able to get both barriers down, but the core now on the side of Get Her Done. Chikara Eclipse able to answer with a double barrier and a flip and a crooked leverage to send it back in.
Yeah, once the core is able to slip between the two barriers, it's just doom for the defending team there, as Zonseki is able to claim the first point here in set 4.
Yeah, but new point, everything kind of going. I was gonna say going forward for Get Her Done, but unfortunately Cloakoak does get KO'd with the flip, but Serapi able to get both barriers using their flip as well, and trying to make something happen in this kind of anti-power play they have going.
Yeah, Cloakoak dying, but comes back to life here as a flip is used by Mexicasual to keep both barriers intact here. Passing plays from both Cloakoak and Serapi. X Maximus almost finds it, but a nice defense from Etormi. All the cooldowns are coming out here from Get Her Done as we see the triangle defense coming out from Chikara here. That's a huge sentry turret that's going to apply some offense, but it's short-lived. Mexi stepping up to keep the offense alive as he passes indirectly to Serapi, but Zonseki to intercept. Finds the first barrier. It's now Chikara on the offense here. Crooked Leverage interrupted. Cloakoak looking for something. Tofu Fortress to keep it in the corner here. This could be huge with 2 flips on the line. Cloakoak whiffs his, but that's okay. Serapi still has his. Cloakoak finds the kill. Was looking for copper but found gold. Nice pass plays here, but the taiko drums have been impeccable for Chikara.
Yeah, the saving grace of Chikara has kind of been these 3-man, 3-person defenses that they've been able to hold on to so many barriers for so long. But as soon as Get Her Done is able to disrupt that, getting the KO on Etormi, yeah, it took maybe a little bit, but eventually they were able to get a cross set up and Cloakoak able to send it in with that X Bull Rush. And I think that's kind of the different win cons we're seeing here. We're seeing that saving grace with the 3-man defense on the side of Chikara Eclipse. And when Get Her Done is in a position where Cloakoak is forward and is able to receive the core and immediately start challenging Etormi, that's where we see Get Her Done able to thrive.
It's a massive X in the face of all 3 members of Chikara as it is Offense City. Flips expended Sentry Turret 2, but Chikara able to hold on with that 3-man defense. Huge Dorito chip denied by the Taiko drum there. And Mexicasuals looking to activate offense once more. Flip in the face of Etormi denied as Get Her Done. Their momentum has been falling behind on this point in particular, but a flip looking to reactivate it and a flip in kind. Mexicasual has been critical for this offense here as he invests a Tofu Fortress. Cloakoak looking to set up something, but the chip is so large. Zonseki able to intercept the pass upwards here, but all of that core went red out of nowhere. Zonseki, nice crooked leverage, gets it in the corner, but the Summer Assault is huge. Sentry Turret to keep it alive. Some Cloakoak 1v3 here. Serapi in the middle with the core. And we're resetting back to neutral here. Mexicasual is the one who keeps the bottom lane in check as Cloakoak is able to find the nice cross up there.
Yeah, and that's kind of like what the story of this match has been. It's the 3 members of Chikara Eclipse fighting for their lives to save the barrier, save the goal, as Serapi and Cloakoak just, no pun intended, try to get her done. But as soon as they kind of disrupt that and Serapi's able to send it cross-map Cloakoak has been doing a good job 1v1ing Etormi. It's kind of when Cloakoak has to go against basically the entirety of Chikara Eclipse that he's just not able to get it through them.
Yeah, and it is match point here from Get Her Done. It would be a huge victory from them. Zonseki flips to keep it alive as we see the Taiko help keep the offense. Serapi with an incredible flip to save the double barrier, and Mexi forced to use his too in the face of that chip. Nice strike shot as Serapi is able to activate the offense, but Zonseki does a good job of keeping it back there. Nice setup from Cloakoak, self-pass into Bull Rush, and that is game 2 going to Get Her Done.
And that is exactly what Cloakoak needed to do this entire match. Just wait. They were just lying in wait. And as soon as Serapi and Mexicasual sent it to them, he gets the dribble, he strikes it in, he sets it up with the Bull Rush, and then just able to win the strike war against Etormi. And that is 1-1 in this series for Get Her Done and Eclipse, going on to game 3, I believe.
Yep. Game 3 here, Cloak Oak was able to fill in the shoes of Mudflap, and he did an excellent job at that, might I add. But I really think that the difference between these two teams in this set was the goalies. Tormy was not pushing up to the midline, and Mexicasual was. The Tofu Fortress just made the offense that much unbearable when you have creations down your throat. The Sentry Turret, the Tofu Fortress, and an X wailing on you the whole time. The offense was just too much for the three-person defense that Chikara was running to handle.
I cannot agree with you more. The amount of pressure Mexicasual was able to apply just by moving up, and especially that last set, once they had the little bit of speed from that Spark of Agility, but also that peak performance giving that Dubu speed, which Dubu loves so much. But also their use of Dubu's Tofu Fortress, they rarely ever use it defensively. They really didn't need to for the most part. They had the clears. They had Serapi ready to receive those clears and help them out. So they were able to drop those Tofus, or I guess in this case, the beach balls, to deny an entire lane that Chikara Eclipse could not clear through. And it's usually the lane right behind Cloak Oak and Serapi, which means even if you get it past them, it's coming right back and you're in square one with an X and an Aimee just beating you down.
Yeah, and once Getter Done had that momentum going, it was really a force to be reckoned with. Chikara, they put up a good fight, but there's just so much knockbacks and space to be commanded from the side of Getter Done here. It's a stark contrast to the first game where Chikara was able to win in much more maneuvery based play style, but with Taiko Temple being so chaotic and much more closed than Oni, that same game plan didn't quite pan out for them there.
Yeah, and we did see a lot of damage coming out early with Cloak Oak on that X, which good, it worked for them. But as people started scaling, got the Awakenings, got the speed, got the size, Cloak Oak needed to, and they eventually did come to that realization of stand on goalie and win your interactions. And that's what they did. That's what they needed to do, and they stepped up to the plate and they knocked it out of the park. But that was last game. This game, we're going into another one of my favorite maps because there's just so many fun things you can do with Gates of Obscura.
Yeah, the portal plays on this map can be devastating. They can offer some much needed clears and some time of respite, but they can also activate some deadly offense as well from the goalie. So we'll have to see. Mexicasual did a great job navigating Taiko Temple and was able to contribute to the offense much more significantly. But Tormy doesn't have to leave the goal box in order to have an impact on Gates of Obscura. So this will have to be an adaptation of sorts here if we're going to hunker down with respect to those portals or take the risks.
And speaking of risks, with these starting Awakening, Spark of Strength, Knife Edge, I could see an argument either way. I personally would like Knife Edge, kind of that guaranteed benefit from quicker along the edges, especially your forwards. You're going to be probably fighting in those pockets that we kind of saw on Taiko. Goo has a bit larger pockets, but that Spark of Strength right off the bat is kind of that, again, that investment. Do you take that thinking you'll be able to get the Spark of Agility, the Spark of Cooldown, Spark of Stagger if you start taking a lot of damage? Are you going to be able to scale with those sparks? And are you going to be able to stay alive long enough and have enough influence to be able to pick up those sparks? So kind of a gamble with some of these starting Awakenings. It's going to be interesting to see what these players pick up.
Yeah, both Awakenings also increasing the power of the people who have them, and both these games thus far have had their fair share of kills and just insane snowballing from both Chikara and Getter Done here. So this game might turn out to be a slugfest in of itself as well.
Yeah, but we do see Mexicasual on that Mako goalie, and I'm going to only assume it tore me on the Dubu goalie. If this is an Aimee goalie, this is a circus, and I'm for it. But I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing that Dubu goalie on the Tormy. So two really lock it down goalies, which you kind of need in Goo. Once they get the core in those pockets, you need someone that can really just anti-stuff and get it out. But we see portal play, immediate portal pass.
Yeah, off rip here. Portal is already having an impact on the map. Cloakoak is the only one who is taking Knife's Edge here. He's not in a position to activate it, but it doesn't matter because he gets the barrier anyway. Mixed Casual sends it through the portal to a pass to Serapi. Cloakoak right in the face of Itormi, sets up perfectly, but he strikes it into the log. Chikara holding on for now. Itormi with choices and a clear taken by Zinseki. Tofu Fortress is committed. Mexican Casual keeps possession of the core. Portal pass once more, and a nice beam from Serapi. Gets the core and the goalie, and that's a goal 99% of the time.
And I think Serapi has, throughout the last game on Taiko, I feel like Serapi has locked in on Itormi and kind of what Itormi wants. And they were able to show how powerful they can be with that with an Aimi. But now in Estelle, someone who's so good at midfielding to be able to call out a goalie on their clear, on their crosses, and I think Serapi is going to have a large influence on some of these offensive pushes here.
Yeah, but so far it's only been Cloakoak. He got a kill and he staggered the other person. Knife's Edge already paying off. A pass brews disaster through the portal as Serapi and Cloakoak are able to get a nice coordinated play there. Itormi staggered and can't do anything about that.
And the Energy Awakening is fully on the side of Get Her Done. 2 flips, one on Mexi, one on Serapi. This is not where Eclipse wants to be. 2 points down, 2 flips on the enemy team, and they got dangerously close KOing Itormi that last point. But they're finally getting an offensive push, and can they make anything happen? One barrier up, Zinseki taking some damage here, not quite getting staggered until that strike shot.
Yeah, it was a real nice push there from Chikara, and it's still going on as Cragley finds the second barrier. Portal is able to push offense now for Get Her Done. They need this, and it's looking strong. Cloakoak in all of it, but a nice glitch pop is able to clear it out in the end. And Seki, nice pass through the portal, but nothing really came of it. With 2 insane saves from Itormi, a flip used by Serapi is able to get that first barrier, and he pays for that barrier with his life from Zinseki, and it's a power play from the side of Chikara, and they convert. Too much for the Get Her Done to handle there.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Serapi, once you have taken some damage and you lose that flip, you are just a hard target for a Zentaro, especially one that has their ult up in. Zinseki smelled it, and they went for it, and yeah, just kind of a lose-lose situation, kind of a hard call to make when you're the midfield with a flip, but also getting staggered.
Yeah, but speaking of staggering, Zentaro didn't even have the chance to get staggered as it's a power play from the side of Get Her Done. They're attacking from this open area top side here, and Cloakoak is able to find the barrier. Nice strike shot, keeps the offense alive, but Zinseki responds just in time. Sentry turret applying nice pressure. Cragley doing everything. Zinseki playing midfield now as Cloakoak gets the core with flip. It's disaster from the side of Chikara. There's nothing you can do there with Knife's Edge as well.
Cloakoak kind of indecisive on if they want to score the goalie or score the core. Decided to get both. But that does put them in front for this draft. Ooh, with a perfect form pickup. But that does mean that is going to leave a catalyst pickup for Zentaro if they don't go for the spark scaling, which they do opt for the spark scaling. How do you feel about that?
I feel like the perfect form pick was pretty much mandatory because Zentaro is overpowered and he gets that. But the rest of these picks, I mean, pretty classic stuff. Rapid Fire, Catalyst, universally good awakenings, pretty much everybody. And we see Dubu opting for Missile Prop. Itormi might be looking to push up here and do onto what Get Her Done as what they did to them and just commit the Tofu Fortress for offense.
Yeah, and you did, like you mentioned, Zentaro is just kind of a menace when they have perfect form. Just so many strikes, so many cooldowns. But they do have Spark of Strength and Spark of Cooldown right now, which means they're going to have that cooldown reduction, but they're also going to have just that increased damage with all those strikes, all those abilities. And we kind of see that cooldown coming into play as they are able to get that Zentaro primary off and secure that first point of the second set.
Not only the extended cooldowns that Zentaro has, but the missile prop ult from Dubu coming to fruition there. And it's Chikara drawing first blood for this set here, as it's get her done on the defense.
Yeah, and like honestly, pretty good awakenings on the board. Kind of the weakest one is the unstop on the Mako, but unstop's not bad. It lets you prevent some of those hit stuns to get those saves. But we have rapid fire on Serapi on the Estelle. Just more chances to call the goalie out with those primaries. But Catalyst does fall to Cragsley, and as we kind of see, they almost have Flip already, kind of just trying to like do some damage, hit something just to get that built up so they can get one of these barriers down, hopefully.
And the offense has been looking great for Chikara in this round, as Nseki is dumping it in the corner, might try and look for a pass here. No. Kloko flips and says he's not going to deal with that, but Craggley chooses to use his too. Didn't pay off, unfortunately, but an extraordinary bounce off the bottom there confirms into the dash, and Mexi Casual left stunned.
Yeah, Mexi Casual, unfortunately, Unstop just did not come up quick enough to deny that blink, and like you said, they got the hit stun and unable to do anything about it. Not sure. It's hard to predict when an Naimi is going to blink in, especially when you're so focused on trying to get to that core there. In those bottom corners, but Zonoseki with a nice, may have been an unintentional flip, but decides to walk away from the edge rather than trying to take the shot just to stay alive here.
Yeah, that flip served as a get out of jail free card, but unfortunately Kloko is coming with a vengeance, but Craggley in the one-on-one with Flip doesn't even need it to get the point, as Chikara quickly strikes back, and we're 1-1 in game 3.
Yeah, just a huge swing in momentum, just really just off of that awakening draft. Just Chikara Eclipse able to get so much more value and able to make so many more offensive plays so much quicker than Get Her Done, and that does let I believe Cragsley pick up the fight or flight on that Aimi.
Yeah, fight or flight is a good awakening to have on almost every forward, but that does let Kata Egoist, that combination, slip by, and Kloko, who has been in the face of Itormi now, is the one who picks that up. It's a lot of speed on a relatively immobile brawler like X, so we'll have to see how that pans out for him.
Yeah, but an unfortunate blink positioning out of Serapi does kind of find themselves KO'd with a power play for Chikara Eclipse going on right now, but Mexi Casual able to hold on to that barrier long enough for Serapi to come in, but not long enough before Serapi can help out, and we do see both barriers down on the side of Get Her Done.
Yeah, Kloko and Nseki playing some cat and mouse there, but it's Get Her Done with the open net here. Kloko trying to live, and is doing so quite well, as the core is just relatively neutral at this spot. Flip forced to the Zentaro ult, and it just went right to Craggley there. Really well played from Chikara.
Yeah, Mexi Casual and Serapi just both trying to like cover the clears or cover the scoring attempts from Zonseki, but that did leave Craggley wide open up the top, and Serapi and Mexi Casual on the Mako not able to move up quick enough, and Craggley was able to just sink it in. I'm trying, like, there's so much going on in this match that it's a lot of back and forth. The first set, it seemed like Get Her Done had all the momentum, everything going for them. That second set was almost entirely Eclipse, just making so many plays. Zonseki finding, as soon as someone gets staggered, finding those ults to get that power play going, and Chikara Eclipse able to do a lot whenever they can make something happen, just even like a little bit, just even getting staggered without even getting the KO can make so much happen. And so it's kind of going to be interesting which team gets the momentum this set, because it's been so back and forth this entire game.
Yeah, but it looks like Chikara is in the driver's seat here. But I might have spoken too soon as Zonseki is staggered and the offense falls apart without him. Flip from Cragley to buy some time. Zonseki on the ropes and dies. And it's a power play now for Getter Done here. This is one they need. Nice log, able to pull it onto the barrier. Flip used, but canceled by his own summer assault as we kind of slow down here for a little bit. But Getter Done looking to come back here. Portal play doesn't pan out for them. 2 flips on the side. They need a strike now. And Cragley is able to win the strike war and gets set up fully. Covers all the angles of Mexicasual there. Sarabi knows that a flip is required and unfortunately does not find the timing there. And Chikara 1 point away from getting this round as well.
Yeah, and we saw that Sorry come out of Cloak after that unfortunate portal pass. I can either assume they weren't paying attention on who was at the end of that portal, or they were trying to dribble and kind of forgot this is Gates of Obscura. We're all about those portals here.
Yeah, the portals have been extremely potent so far. Atormi literally activated offense from the other side of the map as there's 1 barrier down. Make that 2 with a nice flip from Cragley. It's Chikara in the driver's seat once more. Sentry turret. Cloak has a flip. Will he use it? No. It gets passed to Zonseki, who finds the bottom angle. And it's now Chikara up a whole set here going into set 4.
Yeah, and Cloak just kind of making these unfortunate decisions. Like, they're not making a lot of mistakes. It's just the ones that they are just costing so much. Like that pass through the portal that sent it to Serapi, plus the 2 forwards on the side of Eclipse. And right there, just holding onto that flip a little too long and not able to get it cleared.
Yeah. And with the Spark of Resilience now taken by Mexicasual, that are all the sparks that has been offered. Dubu taking 1-2 from Cloak there, probably a smart decision. And I think what's been factoring into this Chikara offense has just been the damage. At first it was Zonseki who was staggered, but Cloak is the one in that position more often than not. And without him in the face of Dubu, there's not much offense that can be done though. But the Ensnare Drums will certainly help with that, as it's a 1-to-1 barrier ratio for both teams here. Sarabi, nice primary, is able to pierce everybody. Mexicasual pass to him. Cloco looking for a kill, and he gets it, but it's traded real quick. Sarabi, 1-on-2, dribbles, can't find the shot. Sarabi all alone again, as we might just see neutral reinstated here as both players come back up for the teams.
Yeah, but we do see X come back up with a very low stagger on Zonseki,
Wow.
but Cloak with that bull rush and into a strike, able to get it past the 2-man defense on the side of Chikara Eclipse.
A little bit of miscommunication there. Zonseki and Atormi both tried to cover that down shot with their dash abilities, allowing Cloco to get into a position, but they're coming back with a vengeance here. 2 ults expended, but unfortunately not a barrier. Chikara still on the offense though. Cragley, pass from Zentaro, not able to find anything. Red Core is able to get the first barrier from Chikara, but Sarapi almost dies there, saved by the portal, and might play cat and mouse now. Oh, Zonseki ready to pounce, and it's a power play for Chikara here.
Yeah, and you can see Serapi just kind of hovering that portal, trying to stop those KO attempts, but Zon saw was coming, had that Zentaro passive, and knew the angle they needed to go at. But luckily, Cragley able with a glitch pop to save that barrier. I don't think Atormi was going to be able to get to it and save the goal. Doesn't matter. An unfortunate donuts from Atormi kind of almost got the clear. Save Dubu and kind of just zoning out yourself as the core just goes in, and there's nothing you can do about it. It feels so bad on Dubu.
It's round point here with the offense for Getter Done. And the first barrier falls. Beautiful shot. Mexicasual sends it bottom. Cloak is flipped, but he can't control the core. Cragley able to sneak it by Mexi there. Not fast enough. He uses flip. It's stuffed by Zentaro. And we're now seeing the portals come into play once more. But Mexi opting for the direct pass here. It's Sarapi looking to find something here. It's a nice primary, but Cloco too focused on getting the orb and still dies. It's an absolute masterclass with ability usage from Zonseki.
Yeah, just so much of that offensive pressure out of Eclipse. And one thing we are not seeing here, and it's just kind of a how threatening this map can be for goalie. We're not seeing Mexi Casual push up as much as we did on that Tycho match when Cloco gets staggered, because there's so many opportunities that if Mexi Casual pushes up and Cloco's not in the right position, that Chikara Eclipse can send it through the portal, like send it around just around the map and get those barriers. And Mexi Casual playing a lot more defensively than what we saw in the Tycho match.
And the damage comes through once more for Chikara as Cloco falls. Crag lands on Seki 2v2. Almost had the dash there, but just mistimed it ever so slightly. Portal plays back, and so is Cloco as the secondary beating and preventing Zonseki from getting anything done there. Cloco now with the Office Tofu Fortress able to keep things calm. Summer Assault as well. There's the ult. Everything coming out, but Zentaro dies. The sentry turret. Serapi. An unbelievable defense from the side of Chikara. Get her done. That was a huge opportunity for them. Can they convert off of this? It seems like they can't. Bell Ringer, no, it's not enough. Portal, not even that, but it's the Estelle. It's in the end. Oh, what a flip. Oh, but Cloco sends it to Tormy. There's too much going on right now as the game slows down ever so slightly, but no. A pass to Zonseki from Serapi and Mexi, and this is do or die from Get Her Done here, as one more point from Chikara sends them to Grands.
Yeah, and the defense we're seeing out of Chikara Eclipse here is phenomenal. Tormy doing a solid job holding it down himself, but the cooperation, the coordination, the synergy that Tormy and Cragsley had, like you mentioned there, just two-man holding it down against that Get Her Done push and preventing Get Her Done from getting her done, and able to hold on until they can get their forwards back in play and able to make something happen, and they did.
Cloco died once. Serapi almost died to strike shot. It's 1-1 here. Serapi able to pick up that orb and live a little longer, as that core is in dangerous territory for Chikara, but they're able to clear it out. Serapi, intercepted by Zonseki, flips to try and live, almost on death's door here, as Tormy and Craggley slow play it a little longer and buy Zonseki some time to kill. The Cloco with the core in the corner, able to navigate it past the Tofu Fortress, but it's cleared nonetheless. Nice pass from Tormy through the portal, and Serapi falls. This is Chikara's chance as they stuff it in the corner. Glitch pop is good. Log in the face of Mexi Casual, and Zonseki's flip doesn't quite cut it. And it's Get Her Done. They need to find something here, and they do. Nice ults, but the glitch pop is able to red core it out of there. Mexi Casual just in time, and the situation can only get tenser as the core speeds up. Nobody in clear possession, but Craggley dashed to the redirect. Mexi had his flip, but unfortunately didn't pull the trigger, and Chikara will be the first team in the grand finals. Well played to both of them, but Chikara came back and started dominating near the end.
Yeah, and I think that that Eclipse defense that we've pretty much seen all game, all this entire series, all three games, and the Tycho was a three-man defense, but they were able to hold on to so many things that it looked like it was a lost cause. It looked like, oh, it's going to go in. There's no way they can save this. But the coordination between Tormy, Cragsley, Zonseki when they had to go back was just so impeccable and just became an impenetrable wall for Get Her Done. And they had to spend so many resources, spend so much time just to try to get barriers. And even when they did, Eclipse was able to clear it out, and Zonseki and Cragsley able to quickly transition from defense into offense and just dump abilities on Mexi Casual and keeping control of it when they had to really get things done.
Yeah, the side of Chikara was just able to flow a lot more better than the side of Get Her Done, and I think that's partly because X just doesn't have that movement speed, but he was able to pick up Egoist, Knife's Edge. I think at the end of the day there, the two Sparksons and Seki combined with Prize Fighter, too much damage. The KOs started flowing for Chikara. The power plays were good. They seized every opportunity they got. And Chikara clinching grand finals here. The worst they can do is second, but with how they're playing right now, I wouldn't be surprised if they take first.
Yep, and both teams can now take a quick break, debrief, as we get things set up for the losers semifinal for Flip's Sake and Podad and Sons. And we will be back in a bit with that matchup. Hello and welcome back to this second game, ISS Season 1 Finale Day 2. We are in the losers semifinal with For Flip's Sake and Podad and Sons. In this first match, we just saw it. Why not bring it back? I like this map. Let's go back to Gates. How you feeling about this, Too Soon?
Well, we already saw the pandemonium that went on during Game 3 of Winners Finals. And I'll expect that this will be no different pending on the picks here. We see AJ covering his tried and true rune. Whether or not that will be banned or not is the question as we head into this draft. Finny Zentaro hovered. Real nice core control and damage comp there. So Imi ban from the side of Pudad and Sons. That rune might slip through here, and it does. So that might have already been the first blunder. We'll see how they deal with AJ's rune on Goo here.
Yeah, and we do have a perfect form and a fight or flight starting awakening. So that perfect form on the Zentaro that they're going to be able to lock in is going to be able to dish out a lot of damage, especially with those Finny debuffs coming out. And Octavia getting picked up by Pudad and Sons, kind of a squishy character. Not a lot of stagger to her name. So I think the name of the game is going to be keeping Cliff alive.
Yeah, especially with Finny applying that debuff, making you even more vulnerable. Pudad and Sons running a very unorthodox comp here. Octavia and Asher here both want the core a lot, so we'll have to see who is delegated to the midfield role. But so far, both forwards are good for Pudad and Sons as they find the first barrier.
Yeah, and we've seen Octavia midfields work before, really, especially on these pocket kind of maps. It's mostly pop that secondary to get that speed boost and dribble it around the enemy forwards to get it up to your scoring forward, in this case, the Asher on Wolfmang. But we'll see if they'll be able to make that happen. The portal plays might be what For Flip's Sake uses to keep it away from Cliff and away from Wolfmang.
But we can already see the absolute devastating amount of damage that AJ's team, For Flip's Sake, can deal here. But we get both barriers lost on both sides with the power play ending as a flip is used and a flip is burned. And Octavia, trying to navigate the gravity well of Finny, unfortunately pays for her life.
Yeah, and kind of like what I said going into this, Octavia is like very strong character, very fast, speed is king, but not a lot of stagger to her name, and just took up too much damage and kind of got greedy for that core inside the Finny ult, and again, cost Cliff his life.
Yeah, the damage is probably going to be a key factor here, as well as the superior core control, as these skirmishers don't really have too much going for them in that department. Tofu Fortress to counteract the banish as a gravity well isn't popped, and Wolfmang is able to retain the core. Pudash now looking in the midfield as Cliff is getting abused here. Nice flip denied by Pudash there. Cliff with the beat drop able to deal with Adrian on the Zentaro as a flip is expended from Pudash to get the first offense activated.
And I think this first set is going to be very scrappy. You see For Flip's Sake already how much damage they can push out, and Wolfmang, Cliff just don't have much to deal with that kind of damage. But when they get possession of the core, especially early before For Flip's Sake can start dishing out that damage, they make some great offensive plays, great pushes, and can usually get at least a barrier out of it. I think as this game goes on, Cliff is going to be looking for that survivability, more stagger, maybe stagger swagger, unstop even, and Wolfmang maybe a little bit of survivability, but probably just more size. If more size, maybe some speed on that Asher.
And without the awakenings to help these forwards navigate each other, it's the self-cook from Maroon that ultimately costs, For Flip's Sake, their second barrier here, as Cliff uses the beat drop to help supplement the defense, and Pudash, what kind of angle was that to get it into the net?
An angle only Dubu can hit on Goo. That's what angle. But no, great clear and good defensive pressure. You saw Cliff pop the ult there, kind of prematurely to kind of use that base drop as a more defensive tool in case Adrian was able to get around Pudash. But as we see, Pudash can hold their own.
Yep, the flip there was beautiful, but unfortunately, Rune's secondary able to pick it up there. Portal play was almost excellent as double flips were both denied by Wolfmang there, but they're able to activate offense here for Flip's sake as AJ and Zentaro are both able to keep corner offense alive. Octavian with no resources to deal with that there.
Yeah, and that's just so unfortunate. I kind of had to mute myself because I kind of laughed with, for Flip's sake, using both flips and losing their own barrier for it. But Wolfmang was just kind of in their head and knew when they were going to strike and able to call him out on it. As we see that gate finally going open, and now that Finny's really going to struggle, I think, to try to save it if Podad and Sons can get the core going in a more offensive direction for them.
And with the lack of a subtle creation here and the portals providing such a varying degree of variability here, it's real hard for a goalie like Finny to navigate this as Cliff passes it into the bottom side here. Wolfmang almost converts with the self-pass, but AJ able to steal it away from him there. Nice secondary to keep the offense going, but it's the Asher ult. AJ had absolutely nowhere to send it to, and Podad and Sons go up looking at round point here.
Yeah, a phenomenal ult, and Wolfmang doing the Asher forward thing, just always be ready once the core gets to you. Even though it wasn't straight to them, they knew the distance of their ult and able to get it to proc on that core. But unfortunately, early in this point, we do see Wolfmang kind of get a little bit of KO there, caught a little too close to the edge.
Yeah, the damage and the opportunities for kills once more coming through from the side of For Flip's sake. For flipping in the corner there, Adrian is rewarded with a barrier. Sylvia with a flip in the face of an Asher. Will she use it? Yes, she will. Nice flip to save the barriers there. The Taro ult was good, and the banish is better. AJ able to activate offense in the bot side, but Pudash with an excellent roll. Now we have a skirmish in the midfield as Wolfmang is staggered and is going to live a little bit longer. Cliff able to clear it with the beat drop. As Pudash and Cliff are now in a 2v3 situation here, but it's Cliff alone on the offense as they work to deny this power play and they get the first barrier.
Yeah, all this damage getting pumped out by For Flip's sake, it's Podad and Sons needs to survive. It's like once they're both forwards are alive and not staggered and they can actually help offensively, we see that right there. Wolfmang just not quite able to get the goal there, but they make such good plays offensively, but they have such a limited time to do that with the amount of damage getting popped out by For Flip's sake, and a wonderful portal by AJ calling out the clear and sending it back to the top corner where Podash just is not able to get to it.
Yeah, that was an absolutely insane portal. This is why you do not allow this man to have Rune. But as we head into the final point here of this first round, the momentum that the Podad and Sons once had quickly disintegrating. They lose both barriers and the flip. They're looking to make something come out of it here. AJ with a good interception and even better portal. But Pudash able to find the clear. Path Splitter is great to deny the flip. It's out of nowhere. It's Podad on the offense. And what incredible patience from Pudash there, looking to send bot side, but the portal would have denied that. And Adrian, beautiful primary. Pudash, nothing to give. And it's For Flip's sake heading up first.
And that's what we've been seeing. Podad and Sons has such good offensive pressure. They just have so limited time to do it before the damage starts coming out and starts threatening their forwards. And a Rune up front, not really what you want to see with a hot shot on the board. And yeah, that core is going to go flying and going to be getting a lot more of those pillars back.
Not only just the core going faster, but bodies might be going faster too, as a missile prop, super surge, 1-2, all awakenings that can deal more damage, but Octavia is glad to pick up that dash awakening and scale even harder. So yeah, Zentaro was able to pick up both perfect form in 1-2. Oh, I feel very sad for the offensive players here on Pudad and Sons.
Yeah, and Cliff, the only survivability awakening for them, for that Octavia, is Unstop, which how many hits that Zentaro's gonna be dishing out, not really the best. So I can understand them wanting to guarantee getting some kind of like speed awakening with that Super Surge pickup.
And we can already see the damage coming through once more. They find a kill and they find the first barrier, and nice primary able to keep it alive from Sylvia, but the portal able to neutralize Cliff on the offense with the secondary. Wolfman's dash is cut by Adrian as they're able to find the clear here. AJ sends it bot side and it's in the corners. And Taro Odi has the flip, but the Tofu Fortress shuts it all down. Flip regardless sends it top side. AJ not in a position to capitalize. Gravity well, Pudash sends bot there with Wolfmang. Cliff, dash, stagger. And Wolfmang is gonna do it all himself. Nice setup from Cliff there. Great passing, because he recognizes that he can die at any moment. Great awareness from Pudad and Sons.
Yeah, and they play so well offensively, and now they're starting to find that even with Cliff staggered, yeah, Cliff, he has to play a little safer, but he can still be that midfield. He can still support Wolfmang and still make those offensive plays happen. And I think that's kind of what they're going to need to do, and try to not tank so much damage on both their forwards here.
And the damage wasn't even a factor too much in that point, because AJ self passes with the portal and is able to get it past Dubu. I mean, he's a lovable big guy, but he's just not fast enough to deal with both top and bot side pressure.
Yeah, we've seen some incredible saves coming out of Podash, especially right there, kind of being able to find a clear just by themselves, with Cliff coming in towards the end of that little defensive play there. But yeah, what's a rune kind of gets in your face as a Dubu, especially one like AJ that can have so many of these setups, these self passes. It's going to be so hard for Podash to really have an answer for him.
Yeah, one player drops for both sides here. It's Cliff trying to dribble and is ruined by the portal there. It's offense activated first here for Flip's sake, as Adrian's going to get to the core first. Oh, but a nice trick shot from Sylvia, able to save utter catastrophe. Great flip as well. The ult committed from Pudash there. Not sure if that was necessary. Cliff in the face of a Zentaro ult, able to find the clear with Pudash's help, as he's able to set up something with the portal, but unfortunately Wolfmang not in the right position for it. An excellent card from Sylvia, almost reversed it. Pudash with a better strike shot, but Cliff unfortunately sends it into the portal. Pudash mistimes his strike, and for Flip's sake, go up once more in this game.
And Sylvia has been insane with those Finny primaries, using them as damage, but with the perfect form, and they have the Spark of cooldown already, they're going to be getting it up so quick they don't really have to hold it, but they've been making some incredible defensive plays, using it basically as a second strike shot for them when their strike shot is down, and able to save themselves from having to deal with a Wolfmang in your face.
Yeah, and as we can see here, it's a disaster. Oh my gosh, how quickly for Flip's sake was able to capitalize. Great setup from AJ, and Adrian dash flip while the Dubu was banished, and it's now 2-0 for Flip's sake as they head into this draft.
Yeah, and you see that Monumentalist coming up, but you also see another Spark coming up, and it looks like Sylvia does pick up the second Spark. That's more cooldowns, but also more damage coming out. Dubu picking up with a Manu. Ooh, that chrono on that rune. It's a good deny against the Octavia, but also that banish is going to last so much longer, and AJ's been doing such a good job of being able to catch at least someone, if not both the forwards, in that banish. But even if they banish the goalie, even with that goalie buff, that goal box buff, it's gonna be able to set up Adrian so much to make those plays happen, get a barrier, get the goal.
Yeah, everybody pretty happy with this draft as the Manu Dubu ult able to help confirm that second barrier here. Adrian with a nice play, but unfortunately gets sent through the portal. Pudash now looking for help here as he's 1v2'd, able to get the clear. It's now Pudat on the offense. Octavia in her secondary, unable to refresh. Great card from Sylvia. Oh, that was very dangerous as she greeted for the orb. And Cliff with these beautiful passes. It's the Asher dash barrier beam, and Pudad is able to strike first here.
Yeah, Sylvia's been doing a phenomenal job with those strike shots and those primaries. You see Wolfman, you see Cliff trying to dribble it up, trying to just keep control long enough to get so both forwards can get up there and make something happen. But Sylvia's just denying them before they can even get to her goal box, and just a phenomenal plays for a Finny goalie here.
Yeah, but as soon as it gets into that goal box, it's real rough to deal with. Portal helps and the flip helps too. Wolfgang able to keep the ball, but not for long as Adrian dashes and whiffs his flip, unfortunately. Great Portal able to clear from Octavia. Another flip is committed here, but denied as Adrian is able to touch the court first. The Portal to supplement. This is bad. Flip forced, and the clear is thankfully found for Pudad as Wolfgang is able to convert off that. It's an Octavia with Egoist, but the flip's denied by the Portal. Pudash sends down to Wolfgang, who sends to AJ, tries to send it to Adrian, but unfortunately it's now, oh my god, a self-cook almost from the Finny primary. The offense has been incredible for Pudad here as they get the goal at the ringer.
Yeah, and as we see everyone leveling up, getting their increasing their stagger, we're seeing it become a lot harder for Flipstake to deal out as much damage as we saw earlier in this game, which is a blessing on the side of Podad and Sons, because like you said, their offensive plays are incredible. There's once they can get into that enemy goal box, they do such a good job maintaining control, taking shots without like risking losing the core, and finding some wonderful KOs when they can.
Yeah, Adrian unfortunately just caught out there for straying too close to the edge, but AJ, nice secondary, able to get the first barrier here. He's keeping offense alive. The Portal good as well. Kudash able to find the clear entry, but Adrian's back up to keep it going. But they're able to find the clear in the end, and Wolfgang pays a barrier, but a nice vanish, able to pause around momentarily, and a kill is found on Cliff. A double kill, great card. Oh, the momentum has changed entirely. A flip committed AJ. It's Pudash all by himself. Sylvia pushing up here. Cliff's back online. So is Wolfgang. They're not able to find the goal for the house. Pudash stands stalwart.
Pudash just holding down the fort. Oh, unfortunate log gets called out by Adrian Zentaro primary, but Podash doing a phenomenal job in a three-man push, holding it down solo, but unfortunately they used up so many resources, so many abilities to hold that down that once that power play was over and for Flip's sake able to send it back, just didn't have much to challenge Adrian on that Zentaro.
We see the two flips burned there. AJ able to find the first barrier, and now in a one-on-one situation here as Adrian is able to win it. Toku Fortress too late, but it's able to activate offense from the other side of the map. The portal play was crazy, and that angle is devious. The secondary from Finny offering more control, but it's Wolfgang with it now as she tries to pass to AJ and the barrier beams in her face. Beat drop Gravity Well, able to find some respite there. Cliff is gaining even more speed, but unfortunately gets banished, puts a stop to all that, says AJ. And it's Pudash and Sons on the ropes here as Adrian's applying so much pressure. Portal play here, Sylvia passes, able to find it, and it's now Wolfgang and Cliff with an opportunity here, but unfortunately denied once more.
And for Flip's sake, dealing a lot of damage, but luckily enough, Podad and Sons able to stay in the game, stay alive long enough, not get staggered, to make those offensive plays once they can kind of get the possession. But now it is for Flip's sake trying to make the offensive plays and sends it right back. And almost Sylvia does like a phenomenal save with that Finny ult.
Yeah, incredible gravity well, but unfortunately the Asher was able to dash it in there. Pudad and Sons able to find some much needed footing in this first game here. This draft can definitely turn the tables here, but Octavia is last pick behind Rune with Castellast on the board. That is quite sad.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt Octavia. There's no way Octavia gets Castle last. The Stagger Swagger would have been nice, but there's no way for Flip's sake lets that fall. So having Wolfmang pick that up is definitely the play there. There's so much damage going out that they kind of need it. But Sylvia with that rapid fire pickup, like even shorter cooldowns on the primary, which she's been so effective with defensively, damage, getting KOs. I think Sylvia is going to become a huge sniper threat for Podad and Sons.
Yeah, the damage is looking a little bit insane here from for Flip's sake, but their offense has been lacking thus far as they've lost their first barrier here. Sylvia activates offense, AJ with a portal pass, Cliff, nice pass. They're threading the needle, the two of them. And Cliff, Wolfmang, AJ versus Sylvia, not able to find anything as Poodash is looking to set something up here, and he does. So now we have an awkward situation here as the portal play didn't quite pan out for them. Sylvia 1v2, but AJ's there to help. Portal play sends backwards for whatever reason. Wolfmang unable to capitalize, but now he's able to find it again. I mean, these portal plays, they've been so disgusting as that flip is denied as well.
Yeah, and for Flip's sake has been doing, I don't know if it's their namesake or what, but so good when they do flip, just waiting to see how Podad and Sons react. We saw their Sylvia flip defensively, and Wolfmang use that Asher primary to try to score and tries to strike, anticipating Sylvia to strike, and just doesn't, and Sylvia's patience just lets her clear it out.
Yeah, and that patience serves her well once more as she's able to navigate past Wolfmang, but team player coming online now that it's overtime. This is real dangerous work. They need to get that open net for that team player to be fully effective, and a little bit of a Dubu purgatory there. Poodash has to flip there, navigate all that awkwardness as Sylvia looking to try and find the clear. It's AJ who does instead, and the portal, through the portal, there's too much going on with that as Poodash is able to find an extremely nice strike shot to Cliff.
I don't know how these players are able to keep track of where the core is with this overtime speed, this team player speed, the going through the portal, ending up on the other side of the map, and everyone just jumping around until finally AJ sends it down and hits it with their primary to send it in where Poodash is not able to reach it.
Yeah, once again, the lack of mobility on the Dubu getting punished there by AJ, who has such good awareness and core control. It's now Pudad and Sons on the ropes here as they lose that first point.
Yeah, and it's I think the long game, if they hit overtime, it's gonna favor for Flip's sake just so much more than Podad and Sons. For Flip's sake, has that rune that can teleport, has the bandage to slow down or just immobilize the entirety of Pudad and Sons while Adrian gets the goal.
Chrono boost, cast to last, finds Cliff and Poodash, and Adrian is able to get the freest shot on net since Pudad can't do anything about it. But they look to come out with a vengeance. It looks strong, but Wolfmang is exploded out of nowhere. Cliff flips and is able to find some sort of compensation there as the power play is now online for Flip's sake, but Wolfmang just up in time to get it cleared. Not quite though, as Sylvia sends it back up the portal. Great gravity well invested, strike shot better, and the barriers have fallen on the side of Pudad. This might be the last point of the game.
It's very much looking like it. For Flip's sake, just has so much damage going for them. We saw that instant KO, like right at the start of this point, to get Wolfmang in. Cliff doing a phenomenal job, able to get something done. But unfortunate, Dubu ult ends this game. You hate to see it.
Pudad and Sons probably spamming save Dubu, although that was probably just a mistimed ult in general. Regardless, the damage, the core control, the finesse for Flip's sake earned them a pretty respectable first game here.
That hurts me so much. Podash was doing so good defending the 3v1 defensive wall. Some of these clears like right along the barrier edge, and then calling out some of these flips, some of these scoring attempts. Podash was doing so good. It hurts that that's how that game ended. Is just one small mistake that we kind of see a little too often with Dubu goalies.
Yeah, but regardless, the offense was absolutely crushing on the side of for Flip's sake. Cliff and Wolfmang, without a solid, dependable midfielder on the side of Pudad, that kind of just got abused there as the Octavia couldn't really help out on the defense, whereas a midfielder like Aimee just might have done better.
Yeah, and looking at the stats page, 3 KOs on 8 for Adrian, 6 KOs on Sylvia, but 50,500 damage out of Adrian on that Zentaro. And with a perfect form start, it's not that surprising. And Feni backing them up with those secondary. I think the damage was just a little too much for Pudad and Sons. Towards the middle of the game there, they did a phenomenal job staying alive, kind of like backing off before they got staggered, so they can still like jump in and help make the plays, help get the core going in the direction they wanted. But as we hit the end of the game, I don't think damage was as much of a concern. It was that Chrono Boost cast last rune, those banishes, those pillar placements just became a little too much for Pudad and Sons to adjust to.
Yeah, when you get characters, their Gigabyss, perfect form on Zentaro, the cast to last hotshot on the rune, Bissell prop on the Fini, it's just a little bit overwhelming. The early drafts really came back to bite Pudad and Sons there as they were unable to find any real footing. But going into this next game here, we have Demon Dice, everybody's favorite. Not really. With a Deadeye so Adren Rush start here. So we might see even more damage coming out.
This is gonna be a brawl. This is gonna be a scrap. We saw Pudad and Sons last match trying to really go for that core control, the Asher stuff, the Cliff on that Octavia to back them up and kind of control that midfield with that speed. Pudad and Sons is going to have to bust out the damage comp on this. It's Demon Days. It's a Deadeye. It's Ad Rush. Everything about this says do damage, get KOs, make it so the enemy team doesn't exist.
Yeah, and with how awkwardly placed the barrier is on that map, a lot of stray hits will be even more common. We might see some forward pressure to get to the very front, or we might see some back pass plays. Regardless, damage is going to be flowing, the control might be flowing as well, and it's just going to be a really chaotic match here.
Yeah, so I'm kind of interesting to see if Pudad and Sons lets that Feni go through. Feni Deadeye, yeah, it's Demon Days. It's kind of a close quarters map, so kind of gets a little hard for Feni to proc that Deadeye. But as we saw, Sylvia is just so comfortable in that Feni. She can use that primary for defensive as a second strike shot. But that gravity well, Feni is notoriously banned on Demon Days. Demon Days just for the gravity well, let alone the damage output she has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely devastating if you get the core near the barrier and a finial right on top of that. That's probably 2 locks right there for the side of Fini. So going into this game now, we're going to see what they ban, what they hover. On the best map Omega Strikers has ever come out with, Cliff hovering Fini. We see Pudash on his Dubu. They might try and give him first pick, but he switches off the rune instead. They might just ban it altogether.
Yeah, I think what they might be going for is, I can only assume, Fini ban and then Cliff stealing the rune from AJ. Yep, and it looks like we're
Mhm.
going with the Fitty ban here. I completely agree with this. We saw how comfortable and how much of a threat Sylvia is on that Finny, and then Cliff denying that rune, denying AJ, those banishes, those pillar placements that were so effective last game.
Yeah, and we also see the X pick. We have a double midfield comp here on the side of for Flip's sake, and with an X, they have lower stagger. The rune can deal out significant damage as well. This might be an extremely bloody battle here on the side of for Flip's sake.
And I'm kind of curious who is the goalie here on for Flip's sake, and it looks like it's an Iny
Ah,
goalie with an eject button, Deadeye. Um, Very interesting. Looks like Deadeye across the board, except Wolfmang and Adrian picking up the ad rush. Kind of makes sense. You got your brawler forwards, wanting to confirm those KOs, get that cooldown reduction, get that speed, and those ad rush procs are going to become a menace if any of these teams can start confirming those KOs.
and we already saw both forwards drop to half. Thankfully, they've healed up here. Both portals invested from Cliff, but the barrier's found regardless. Wolfman trying to find some compensation. Good portal keeps the offense alive. Better primary from Estelle as the sentry turret helps clear that out with AJ.
Yeah, and Potash on the Atlas here. Atlas good at locking it down. Kind of unfortunate they lost that barrier. This is kind of where Atlas is going to struggle in an open goal. And the expanse, little too early, not able to connect with the core. It just vanishes as AJ just sinks it in.
First, the unfortunate Dubuor, now this unfortunate expanse timing is for Flip's sake, striking first, but the strike shot from Kudash able to activate the offense, loses a barrier, but it's fine, they trade it. Wolfman finds two, and there's a kill down. It's just a steamroll this point. Wolfmang getting both kills, strike reset with the X Maximus, absolutely devastating from Kudad.
And again, once Wolfmang or Adrian, if they can get that, like, get the confirmed KO, that speed boost is gonna make him so hard to defend against because they're gonna have their abilities back up. They're gonna be so much quicker. And as we saw there, Wolfmang takes full advantage of every ounce of that to get the barrier and get the goal that last point.
Both forwards from Flip's sake looking real low. Adrian able to find the orb, but AJ left out to dry here as Cliff and Wolfmang are circling, but they're able to stay alive here and keep offense activated with a great ult. That's one barrier for Flip's sake, but Wolfmang able to trade there with the X Maximus. A flip from Cliff in the face of a sentry turret denied quite easily. Sylvia, great bling, but Kudash able to cover the angle, but Cliff able to find the angle to get the second barrier. And Wolfmang, great bull rush, able to confirm the second goal for Pudad and Sons.
Wolfmang like started smelling the blood on Adrian as they started getting low stagger. Missed a primary. It, I think, made the correct call of just letting it go. They didn't chase him around. They didn't like start stacking on them. They got into their scoring mindset and started getting into position and were able to get the barrier down and set up in the corner to seek it in with that bull rush strike to confirm that goal. Well played by Wolfmang, knowing when to hunt for a KO and when to go for scoring attempts.
Yeah, and for Flip's sake, look real strong here. They already got one barrier, but Adrian's looking pretty low here, able to get the orb from Kudad and find that second barrier. Sylvia blinks in with Flip, can't capitalize any further as she just opts to reset and send to Adrian, who gets banished. AJ as the core sends it up. Adrian, unfortunate dash timing, but it doesn't matter. An insane burst of offense, and we're looking at the full count. But for Flip's sake, have all their flips up, and Pudad and Sons only has one in Wolfmang.
Yeah, and that was such a phenomenal, effectively three-man push, and I think that's going to be kind of their play here with an Imi goalie, not too strong defensively, Demon Days here, so they're really going to be relying on AJ to help them defend the locks, but Imi is so strong once your forwards get control of the core and the enemy goal box of dashing in there and becoming that third forward and becoming a huge threat offensively.
Yeah, and just like that, Adrian is able to confirm a kill. All the flips are gone, and both nets are open, but it's for flip's sake with the power play. Expanse committed. Flip 2! That was disastrous, but an insane glitch pop, able to save it, but unfortunately, AJ is right there, denying the clear to Cliff with his primary, and for flip's sake, take the first set.
And we see Adrian getting MVP on this set, so gets to pick up whatever they want. Ooh, I'm looking at the twin drive for Kazan, but that's going to let Timeless fall to Rune, which is going to be brutal if those pillars fully form. Or okay, and it also denies the Imi.
Yeah, sort of creation Zodia here on the side of Cliff is able to get Monumentalist as well. X able to pick up the extra spec here. And I think nobody's too particularly unhappy with this draft.
Now we see the missile prob going to Podash on the Atlas, and looks like someone's eating some cables as we paused real quick for some technical difficulties. But yeah, the missile prop on Podash with the Deadeye and the strike shot, meaning that primary, if hit at full range, could deal a decent amount of damage. And with that extra special Wolfmane picks up, gets that X Maximus, and hopefully able to confirm those kills. For being a Demon Days match, and kind of how much we were saying how much of a bloodbath this is going to be. Yeah, we've seen some KO, some damage come out, but it's mostly been kind of those transitioning into offense to get the barriers down and then just pushing it through or catching the goalie off guard as we kick back up in this second set here.
Technical difficulties over, but the time that was bled means overtime is going to happen in 5. Sentry Wall to keep the pressure off of the barrier. It's good. Vanish finds 2, but unfortunately not a barrier as overtime. There it is. And we find Abyssal Prop primary missing. Great secondary from AJ. Unfortunately doesn't pan out for him. Wolfmane strikes first, almost finds 2. Fortunately misses right there. Pudash walking up, able to find a clear, but not after losing 1. And it went straight to Wolfmane, who was able to sink it in through a nice top mounts.
Yeah, just Wolfmane calling out Sylvia for her eject button placement, knowing you just dribble up that top corner, there's no way Sylvia can eject button back in time and reach it after dumping all those abilities on for an offensive push, as we see an early KO for Flip's sake, getting the striker advantage and seeing if they can make something happen.
Yeah, but great defense from the side of Pudat and Sons. Their barrier gone unanswered for that power play, as for Flip's sake, was not able to coordinate. Pudash own goals a little bit there, but you only need 1 on Demon Dice, as she correctly walks up to clear. Pudash looking to Cliff, and offense with X Maximus is potent. They find the second barrier. Pudash and Sons now on the defense, though, as Adrian's in the middle of it all. Nice sentry wall to help support him, but Pudash and Cliff looking real solid here.
Yeah, Wolfmane dealing a lot of damage early there as we get a flip to secure that goal, just catching the open bottom corner where AJ and Sylvia cannot reach it. But we saw Wolfmane dealing a lot of damage and really trying to commit to those KOs, but unfortunately just doesn't quite have the damage enough at this point to really get secure any of those, especially on the goalie, which it looks like they were trying to prioritize getting Sylvia out of that box.
Yeah, Sylvia has been a critical part of for Flip's sake, as she can both defend and attack. Great blink there from her. A sentry to keep the offense alive. Pudash able to find the clear. AJ, great pass, an incredible setup, sends it right to the goalie when Adrian is ready to pounce. Oh my goodness, what a flip.
Like you were saying, Sylvia's been such a menace. She can protect, she can attack, and that's kind of why Imi goalie is so good. Even on a map like this where she's not the strongest, she's going to really struggle defensively. But when you have someone who's just so solid and so comfortable in the goal box, regardless of who they're on, Sylvia is making this Imi an incredible threat for Podat and Sons.
Yeah, Wolfmang able to find a kill, compensate for Poodash last round, but they're unable to hold on to both barriers, and it's Sylvia blinking from the other side of the field and scoring for Flip's sake.
Yeah, that last game on Gates of Obscura, we saw Sylvia, and I made the comment she's going to become this huge sniper threat, and without really any awakenings, like, oh, she did pick up Super Surge, but she's kind of becoming that sniper threat again, just in a different context, not really for damage, but being able to pop in and secure those goals. But like we see there, Aimee is just going to struggle defensively and is really going to be reliant on that Estelle to help them defend.
Yeah, excellent job from Wolfmang and Cliff here. Let's see if they can get anything that they want from this draft. And I'm eyeing Knife's Edge 1-2 on the X would both be great, but there are some other solid picks here as well, like Hotshot and Team Player.
Yeah, and X opting for the Stagger Swagger. They've been taking a lot of damage. I wonder if it's partially that, partially the deny. But if they're considering their win con killing them, getting those KOs, I don't think the deny. I think you kind of want to scale more into the damage side of things, especially now that Kazan is able to pick up that 1-2 punch. And Sylvia just targeting Wolfmang. It is personal now. Wolfmang just a sliver of health as, for Flip's sake, eyes them down.
Maybe Stagger Swagger was the correct play after all, and I don't know what I'm talking about. But for Flip's sake, has been absolutely dominant on this offense. They have one barrier, and they have some more going for them. But unfortunately, Adrian gets staggered, and that shuts down the offense entirely.
Yeah, they have good offensive pressure, and especially on start, like we saw there, once all their cooldowns are up, they have great damage output. But unfortunately, Poodat and Sons is able to hold on long enough to waste for Flip's sake's cooldowns, make them burn their resources, and able to get the barrier down. And now it's an open net, which is where Sylvia does not want to be, with an X slowly approaching.
Yeah, we see Poodash try and activate the offense there, but Adrian stuffed it. It doesn't matter, though, with Flip from Sylvia, and Wolfmang is able to cross her up.
That was a wonderful, whether it was a missed shot that ended up being a self-pass, beautiful play by Wolfmang, recognizing that the core is coming back to them, and like you said, mixing them up, shooting to that top corner, and just catching Sylvia off guard.
Yeah, and the damage is coming through now for Poodat and Sons. AJ was sent flying, and they're able to get a barrier as Sylvia was trying to peel for him.
Yeah, and Wolfmang probably could have got that barrier a little bit sooner, but was really eyeing the kill on AJ. It was a staggered Estelle, but Estelle was able to build up enough energy to use an evade. Just survive long enough to get their stagger back up with a beautiful flip save and score from Cliff, sitting it across map, and Sylvia is just not ready for it.
Yeah, the offense is coming out of nowhere, it seems, from Poodat and Sons. They weren't playing like this the set before. They were getting KO'd, but now it's for Flip's sake on the ropes here. But Sylvia looking strong as ever as she's able to get the first barrier. Sentry turret buys more time. Cliff looking for the clear. He does find it with the help from Poodash. Flip denied. Adrian on the prowl once more. There's a Flip on the X, looking to help his team here, create some chaos in the midfield as the core keeps bouncing back field here.
And I don't know if this is a good win con for Poodat and Sons, but it seems like they're basically just trying to make something happen until they can call out Sylvia's eject button. And a lot of these plays and scoring attempts they've been able to find is almost entirely because they've been catching Sylvia off guard or out of position with that eject button.
Yeah, the price you have to pay for being an aggressive goalie. But for Flip's sake, I feel like they need that as Wolfmang pops the X Maximus and the Flip gets it. Sylvia responds in kind, and it's overtime. Kazan closed primary, red coring, and the ult is what's able to secure the point for Flip's sake.
Yeah, Podash with that astral projection able to save the one goal, and they thought it was going to be able to save Adrian's second attempt, but Adrian able to get it past that Atlas primary and secure that final goal there, as we see a quick double barrier go down for Flip's sake here.
And the big portals are really paying off. A flip panic from AJ setting in as Cliff and Wolfgang are on the hunt here. Great Bellringer almost finds a kill. Cliff trying to set something up, passes to the mid goalie who was at midfield. Another great portal forces the flip. Pudash with a nice save, as for Flip's sake are able to hold on just a bit longer. Expanse, good. Blink, better. They're able to get the second barrier, and now both nets are open.
And Wolfgang just able to beat down Adrian until they finally get the KO. Now they have a power play on the side of Podad and Sons, which is where they want to be. This is going to make it that much riskier for Sylvia to try to be that offensive goalie.
Yeah, and the offense is looking real great for Pudash and Sons here. Wolfgang with a crazy dribble, and AJ is the one who ends up scoring on his own goalie.
I don't know what AJ was thinking with that. I think they were trying to hit stun Wolfgang there. But yeah, Wolfgang, I guess, caught him off guard with a dribble and an unfortunate own goal there.
Yeah, real devastating work from AJ being the fourth man. But this draft, looking a bit scary. Sylvia able to pick up another spark. Fight or flight. It's going down to the wire, and Cliff is able to pick that up.
Yep, and we do see the spark of resilience falling down to AJ. I can only imagine that's just for some survivability. They've been taking a lot of damage, and especially with Wolfgang getting that size, is going to be pumping out that much more damage, and going to be a little bit harder to run away from them at that point. But yeah, I think the big thing you mentioned, Sylvia picking up that second spark, being spark of cooldown, so they're gonna have more of those abilities, and they've been so effective with those glitch pops and those dashes that she's gonna be a even more threat with reduced cooldowns and more abilities to use.
It was a bit of danger from Pudat and Sons as Adrian was almost had an opportunity, but the offense was looking crazy there. Great cross-up and area control, but Wolfgang X Maximus punches it right through. Sylvia has flip in that burst, but unfortunately, Wolfgang is able to strike first, and within the entirety of bot side open to him, the glitch pop was unfortunately not fast enough.
Yeah, and I think that's Podad's whole game plan right now is, yeah, Sylvia is an insanely good goalie and incredibly aggressive, allowing for Flip's sake to make a lot of these offensive plays, as we're seeing here. But Podad is really going to be working on punishing Sylvia for being that offensive, using those abilities offensively and not being defensive.
But let's not forget, we have two real good forwards on for Flip's sake side here. Adrian and AJ not only get both barriers basically by themselves, but the goal as well in the dominating fashion.
And we do see two flips on the side of for Flip's sakes, but Banish almost getting KO'd as AJ, but they do kind of like panic and use that flip, and now it's just down to the one flip on Sylvia and not able to save that one barrier.
That rune portal lasting forever thanks to the timeless creator, as Cliff puts himself in a beautiful spot with his own portal. The barriers fall on the side of for Flip's sake as a flip is used by Pudash, sort of in a panic. Adrian able to capitalize on it. Cliff drops a portal. Oh my gosh, Sylvia, thank God she had a jet button there, because that just barely got past her blink. Wolfgang on the prowl now, X Maximus pop, but he gets killed. Cliff, panic flip, trying to get something off now. Adrian whiffs his strike after the primary there, but the ult is good. AJ controlling the midfield here. Expanse shuts everything down, and Wolfgang is back online. Great Bellringer. Cliff to the top, but denied says Sylvia, but a full dash from the Wolfgang. Gets it right through the sentry turret.
Beautifully played with that last offensive drive with Cliff and Wolfgang, and like you said, a beautiful bull rush. But I think we're seeing the kind of adrenaline getting to the players, not so much the adrenaline rush proccing, but we're seeing a lot of like whiff strikes now, whiffed flips, whiffed abilities, and just using them too soon, not quite being as accurate. And I think it's kind of this both teams kind of Podad and Sons wanting to get this point and just end it and go on to the next game, where For Flip's sake is really kind of on their back leg here, really trying to make something happen. They've had such good pressure like early in the game, but they've slowly but surely been kind of losing that offensive pressure, it seems like.
Yeah, and that's partly due to Pudash being an iron wall. There were so many chances for Flip's sake to score there, but it's now Wolfmang with the pressure. AJ forced to flip, great strike shot to keep it away from Kazan. Unfortunate angle flip used to buy some time, some respite. It's much needed as Wolfmang passes to Cliff, activates that offense. Another great pass! And it's Pudad and Sons answering for Flip's sake. We are headed to game 3.
Game 3, and which I believe we are going back to Oni. So we might be in for a long one with how good and how solid both these goalies have been. Like you mentioned, after I said For Flip's sake had kind of been like losing that offensive pressure, it's that wall, that defensive, that patience coming out of Podash, really just waiting until they find an opening, and with maybe a few exceptions, not really panicking in the goal boxes, which is what you need when you have that much offensive pressure coming at you from Sylvia, from AJ, from Adrian, and Podash just remained strong.
Podash really showing why his team is in the contention for the podium right here. I mean, looking at this, the stat line here, the redirects were much on the side of For Flip's sake. But Cliff, Wolfmang, Pudash, they were able to do the most with the opportunities that they got. They punished the overextensions of For Flip's sake, and ultimately that is what cinched them this second game here.
I mean, it truly was just a story of offense versus defense. But as we kind of get things set up going to Oni Village, I think it's gonna be down to defense versus defense. Although I'm not sure, looking at here, Sylvia very comfortable on those offensive goalies. We've seen the Imi, we've seen the Fenny. Looks like she has a Kai and a Rasmus pick that she can also use. So she is really wanting to be that offensive and really help the forwards out. How do you think that's going to play out on something like Oni Village, which is notorious for defensive goalies?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think that Sylvia will have too many opportunities to shine with offensive plays on Oni's, given just how big and open it is. Aimi most dangerous when the core is in the corner, able to come out of nowhere, drop that turret from afar, and help stuff. But on Oni's Village, you don't really get that. You get more passing lanes, trying to maneuver. But as we saw in Winter Semis, it can also turn bloody. So we'll have to, Winter's Final, so we'll have to see what these awakenings are, because they can definitely impact how these teams are going to navigate sleeper Oni Village.
Yeah, and kind of going to the side of Podad and Sons, Podash, I think, is really going to thrive. Especially like we just saw how strong they are with that Atlas, and how strong they can be with the Dubu. That they're really comfortable on those defensive goalies. So, and we've seen they have the patience, they have that mental fortitude that the match could go on for an hour, but as long as Podash doesn't flinch, doesn't get tired, doesn't like really keeps their mistakes in check, they should be very well at home defending on this side. I'm kind of wondering what kind of forward comp we're going to see from the side of Podad and Sons here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they might run double midfield, maybe they'll stick traditional, but I think what both forwards on both teams need to do is coordinate just a little bit better. Cliff and Wolfmang showing that in full display last game, but AJ and Adrian are kind of not coordinating as much as I like to see them to. Whenever they score, it's oftentimes one of them just doing it all by themselves. And on Oni Village, a lot more teamwork is required because it's so difficult to get rid of that second barrier.
And I do believe just the luck of the draw. Okay, not the luck of the draw. I was gonna say we had the same awakening start with Deadeye Ad Rush. I'm gonna assume they just forgot to change it.
Yeah, that would have been pretty crazy. Like
Yeah,
last Oni's Village game, it turned out to be pretty offensive, but Had Rush is here to stay. Big Fish is the other option here. We might unironically see the same comps come out because those are good awakenings for the brawlers.
yeah. I don't know. Again, with it being an Oni village, so open and kind of hard to confirm those kills along the edge because you do have that speed boost, which kind of makes it hard to judge that timing if they're not already staggered. Um, I do think the forwards, depending on the forwards they pick, we see like an Asher, an X, maybe a Julie if they're feeling a little bit crazy, picking up that big fish over the Adrenaline Rush just to help confirm some of these goals against these like phenomenal goalies we've seen.
Yeah, and we're going to see an Estelle ban come from the side for Flip's sake. Uh, pretty standard with how open this map is, and a rune ban from the side of Poodat and Sons also expected because AJ is a menace. But
Yeah.
he locks in Kai here, and that's one of his picks that he's also been pretty comfortable on. Kazan Asher, I'm assuming that's going to be the melee goalie, and we're going to see the Octavia come out once more. Didn't really work too well for them in the first game, but who knows? With this start, it might be a little bit better.
Might be a little bit better, and with we seeing maybe a little less of a damage comp, but with how aggressive Sylvia can be, she's gonna be able to help with dishing out that damage, as we see right off the bat with a blink, just trying to make something happen.
Yeah, but we can also see the other side of the coin. Both barriers lost. She whiffed her strike, and she dies. Wolfman was a crazy top spin, good passes, and an insane cross-up on AJ. The patience from Cliff and Wolfmang, and it's absolute disaster for Flip's sake.
This might be where Podan and Sons want to be. It's like they're on a map where it's going to be a lot harder for Flip's sake to do the kind of damage they've done the past two matches, and where Podash can hold it down defensively and kind of be rewarded for that, and really just stay alive. And like you said, Wolfmang and Cliff just have so much synergy playing off each other in these offensive pushes, as we see there. Nice passing plays for Wolfmang to get that final barrier down.
And even Kudash getting involved now, stepping up to the midfield. One barrier drops. Again, the price of aggression on the goalie roll. AJ and Adrian able to activate something, but unfortunately not much of it. Sylvia stepping up to prevent any more pressure from Wolfman, because we've seen how deadly he is in the enemy goal arc.
Yeah, and now we just kind of see a not really a brawl as in damage, but a brawl for the core at midfield, as we see for Flip's sake trying to get it pushed up, but Cliff says, no, to get to my Asher, you have to get to me.
Yeah, good flips. Two expended to try and activate offense. There's another one, and that offense is activated. There was a shot to bot side, but Wolfmang missed. Sylvia able to cover the second bottom angle, whiffs the dash. Rarely see that from her. And Adrian flips in the face of the path splitter. That's not something you want to do as Wolfmang, with the incredible dash, able to intercept the pass to AJ.
Yeah, and Wolfmang on this Kazan just looking so comfortable. They know the abilities, they know the timings, they know what to use where, and we do see Wolfmang about to get flip, which Sylvia does not have to worry about the flip, but uses theirs defensively anyways, trying to save that first barrier, which on Oni Village, I'm not sure it's really worth it.
Yeah, but regardless, they're able to trade in the end there. It's now a topside skirmish, but Cliff's able to clear bottom. Kudash stepping up, wise choice with the sentry turret. Unfortunately, Rasmus is there. Nice back pass. The whiplash not good, but the pass is Kudash able to cover. AJ sends to Kudash, and the path splitter to bring Kudat and Sons some much needed solace.
Yeah, great passing plays on AJ and Adrian. Now that we're kind of seeing this more control side of them. Now that they don't have this damage comp, they're not in a really like damage favored environment. Some good passing plays. But yeah, unfortunately, Podad and Cliff have such good synergy defending that they're just not able to find an opening. And Podash was able to get their pass splitter up and just get it out of their own box.
And we see there a great flip from Cliff enables Wolfmang to be in the raw 50-50 against a goalie that does not bunker down, and it's Poodad and Sons going up first in game 3.
Yeah, and as we see the Awakenings here, we do see Spark come up kind of early in the game. Do you really want to invest in a Spark at this point? But we do see Kazan picking up that Stagger Swagger is going to be huge. And I'm wondering if they're going to let the Demolitionist fall to Asher and give her the size.
Yeah, a lot of characters here that do enjoy the size. Stagger Swagger a good option, but I'm not sure if it was necessary thus far. And unfortunately, Chrono Castellast in the same draft. Cliff is getting something he wants. And this is a pretty scary draft from Poodad and Sons.
Yeah, obviously the Castellast is going to be really scary on that Octavia. But AJ picking up the Chrono Boost on Kai. Kai can make such good use out of it, as we don't even need it right there. Just Pudash trying to become that aggressive goalie, but unfortunately gets called out and loses both barriers for it.
Now we're in a situation where Wolfmang thrives, but with 3 people surrounding him, he's not able to find much. Nice hook from Adrian activates the offense, but AJ's not nearby. Cliff with the secondary to help clear. Imi forced to glitch pop. Good patience. Wolfmang was walking that down as Poodad and Sons are on the defensive now.
Yeah, we do see AJ using this Chrono Boost, that Kai secondary speed in those speed lanes, really to keep up with the core, so they can stay on top of it without interacting as they wait for Pudash to use their abilities and kind of wait for an opening.
Yeah, and many openings are being given with how fast Octavia and Kazan are. Octavia with CTL scaling infinitely. Unfortunately, a good angle from AJ cuts it out, forces the flip from Pudash. Great primary from Adrian met with barrier beam as a flip from Adrian met with a dash, but it's able to go right through Pudash.
And we see that so much tonight from for Flip's sake. They almost never strike immediately when they flip. Even like when they're that close to the goal box, they hold it and they just wait for Podad and Sons to whiff their strikes, waste their abilities, and then just slowly send it in when Podad and Sons just has nothing left to respond to it.
You know, the power of patience in this game applies to so many interactions, but we see both barriers on both teams. They only have one left. Never mind. It's able to sneak past Pudash, who was in his barrier beam. Adrian, Sylvia, AJ, offense overwhelming. Wolfmang not able to get to the core in time, but is able to get it there, but a glitch pop covers it now. AJ flips, evades, and we see offense sort of mellow down a bit as Sylvia is struggling to find a clear between Cliff and Wolfmang.
Yeah, you say the offensive kind of struggling. I think it's just a different kind of offense. Yeah, they lost the offensive pressure of trying to score, but it's almost because they were kind of using their abilities because they saw a KO on Cliff, but just Cliff getting so low, but they were never able to confirm it or even like stagger Cliff. But they get the KO on Podash, and without a goalie, they just send it to the bottom corner. Adrian sinks it in.
Yeah, an incredible whiplash, punishing Pudash for stepping too close to the edge of the map there. And it's now, for Flip's sake, going up and taking the first barrier as well. They're in a great position, but a miscommunication on the flip there, that could have been deadly if timed right. Sylvia sacks one, you don't need it anyway, as they're looking to activate offense once more. Wolfmang, Adrian fighting for a nice barrier beam. Wolfmang able to do it, but not quite. Unfortunate bounce. A flip didn't pass from Cliff as a sentry turret comes out, and it's now, for Flip's sake, in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I think just with all the speed we're seeing from the Rasmus and the Kai, and Sylvia doing a good job finding these clears, even with a non-defensive goalie, it's really hard for Wolfmang and Cliff to get into the position they need to really get their synergy going, their attack plan working.
Yeah, but unfortunately for the side of, for Flip's sake, Once it's activated, it's deadly, but they're on the ropes now. Barrier Beam able to shut down the push from Adrian. A nice hook intercepting Wolfmang, who had flip, as Sylvia fakes herself out with the base drop of Cliff. A flip is denied though, but an unfortunate pass from AJ. Wolfmang with incredible positioning and is punishing AJ for that bad pass.
Yeah, and unfortunately just went so downhill so quick for Sylvia when they kind of like fake themselves out, send it down, blinked, and rather than just sending along the bottom and kind of contesting Wolfmang, send it up where Cliff was already mid base drop and able to get that barrier, and not able to Sylvia not able to be the defensive goalie to save that open goal there.
Last point marked by tactical blunders from the side of For Flip's Sake, but it looks like they've recovered at least as they take in both barriers here. Cliff, his flip is met with the sentry, can't pass to Wolfmang as they're on the ropes once more. A blink with the flip, it's wasted unfortunately. Nice defense from Poodat and Sons as they're looking to get the second barrier down. Wolfmang, no prick leverage, able to keep the core onto himself. Cliff unable to keep it going for him as a great patience from Poodash, able to avoid the Kai barrage there.
And we've been saying it so much. Podash is so comfortable being like these defensive goalies and will not panic, will be patient, and yeah, just able to wait out that Kai barrage. And we saw earlier beautiful flip saves. Podash really being the wall that they have been known to be throughout this entire series.
Yeah, both goalies looking really strong, but it's an open net situation with the offense on for Poodat and Sons. Sylvia sends bot, it's good, Adrian's there. Poodash sends to Octavia, can't do anything with it though, but Wolfmang gets the core again! And he wins the 50-50 every goal. It's Wolfmang, Sylvia one-on-one, and there's not much to do as a goalie. It's the worst position to be in.
And now it's set point both sides. We saw For Flip's Sake doing so well at the beginning of the set, going 2-0 immediately, but Podat and Sons locking in defensively. Yeah, they just gave up both barriers, but with how well Podash has been playing, I don't think it matters. The defensive powers of Podat and Sons right now is just too strong that For Flip's Sake has to find some offensive game plan to get through this defense, and they make it happen.
Absolutely overwhelming. Sylvia was posturing for a dash, 2 blinks, and they're able to recover For Flip's Sake. And they're looking for some great picks here and scale harder. A twin drive out, Octavia would really like that. I'm not sure Rasmus is denying it. It doesn't look like he will. And we might see Creation Zodia on Sylvia.
Octavia actually going for the aerials, really kind of leaning into their dash, but that does leave twin drive up for AJ, who does have the Chrono Boost Kai, and so that Kai is just gonna be zooming around the map at top speed. I don't know if I agree with. I don't know if I agree with the start of that draft there.
Yeah, pretty questionable decisions from the side of Poodat and Sons. But it looks to pay off so far as they're able to activate a quick offense despite losing both barriers. Cliff scaling with CTL and aerials. He's looking like a menace so far. The speed only climbing. Procure him the rock, says Poodash. And Cliff is flying. He's in complete control. Sylvia's down. It's looking horrible from the side of For Flip's Sake as Wolfmang has another kill. Cliff zooming across the stage, but Adrian, he's the goalie now, and he's able to hold on for them. But unfortunately, Octavia scaled too hard, has the 2 dash awakenings, has the flip, and is able to find the goal.
Cliff, are you listening? Because was that just Cliff trying to prove us wrong that they did not make the wrong decision picking up aerials? Because that was an insane point for Podat and Sons, but specifically Cliff just playing the entirety of the field with that Octavia secondary, the aerials, the extra range on that primary, and Podat and Sons finding those KOs and just pure aggression at their point.
Yeah, the offense is looking insane for Pudad and Sons. Sylvia unable to find the answers to all the questions Pudad and Sons is offering. But AJ and Adrian able to lock in, able to get that second barrier. Core in the corner, pass to Cliff. Sylvia able to step up, but a base drop, able to clear it as Cliff is looking to scale once more.
Yeah, and for Flip's sake, kind of, again, we've seen this entire series, so effective with their flips, never panicking, and that's how they were able to get that first barrier. And now we see a flip on the side of, for Sylvia, who, with an open barrier, is going to need it, but kind of wastes it. It was so far in the pocket. Great shot by Wolfgang, just out of Sylvia's reach.
What a precise shot from Wolfgang. We can't forget that Cliff was climbing to top-notch speeds, and Pudad and Sons look in complete control of this game now. I think the Awakenings have offered too much for them, and there's no answer for Flip's sake.
Yeah, just once Cliff gets that secondary going, gets that speed build up, I don't see a way out for Flip's sake, because Cliff will just be able to play the entire map while Wolfgang just lies and waits, and as we see, get those barriers. And we've seen time and time again Kazan winning those 50-50s against an IME goalie.
And Kazan doing what he excels at, but Octavia doing what she excels at as well. The speed, it's too much as Cliff passes to Wolfgang and Pudad. A swift 3-0.
I think Pudad and Sons has scaled out of control now. They have so good team synergy just at a base level, and with this speed on Octavia, and not too much here she can pick up, but the catalyst with the dribbling, oh, this is not looking good for Flip's sake.
The Catalyst also surfing to deny. Ego Catalyst on Adrian. Prime time on Kazan. He's getting everything he wants. Bissell prop on Asher. Pudash was already walking up further to drop Path Splitter. I think this draft might seal the deal, as the only thing noteworthy is Rapid Fire.
Yeah, for Flip's sake, just not getting too much out of this. They have the unstop on Adrian on the Rasmus, but everything else, I don't know. How do you answer to Cliff here? How do you fight an Octavia with Castlelast, Aerials? How do you fight against a Wolfgang on the Kazan with Primetime and Big Fish? The answer is you don't.
Pudad and Sons, this is their game to lose at this point. The bis of the draft, just too much for Flip's sake to handle right here. They're picking at scraps, trying to form some semblance of offense and defense, as AJ is the one who picks up the first barrier for Pudad and Sons. For Flip's sake, on the ropes, Cliff is scaling once again. He's already so fast, and he will only get faster.
Yeah, and not only do they have all this offensive pressure, all this speed, all these ability usage and controls out of this Kazan, but then you have Podash on Asher, who this entire series has just been a wall that AJ and Adrian are going to have to find a way through amongst all of this that is just going on for Pudad and Sons.
But against all odds, AJ and Adrian, they do get both barriers. There's some hope here for Flip's sake, as AJ almost has Flip, uses it to live against the Octavias looking low, and she dies. This is the best chance for Flip's sake that they've had in this set so far.
But Pudad and Sons is just so comfortable playing defensively. Podash and Wolfgang doing such a good job holding off, not giving a point, even though it's a full barrier or full open goal, and they are a striker down. And even with the flip, Adrian not able to get it through Cliff.
Yeah, when Wolfgang is doing numbers on the Kai, and now it's a power play. Cliff and Pudash did their job. Now it's time for Wolfgang to step up, but AJ up just in time with that chrono boost, able to capitalize Adrian Sen's bottom, and it's good. There's some hope yet for Flip's sake, but how long until Pudad and Sons rips it away from them?
I think the only thing that for Flip's sake has for them is Podash does not have any speed, which is such a so hard on Asher. They do have the size, um, they have the confidence, they have the strike shot, but can For Flip's Sake last long enough, especially with an open barrier already, to kind of get Podash out of position and just to get that first barrier?
And we see the missile prop path splitter. Octavia had already scaled beyond controllable levels, and it's Podash. We thought Sylvia could defend an attack. Podash does both as well.
I don't know what For Flip's Sake does here. I don't see a way out for them. They don't have that defensive goalie to try to lock it down and make these saves. But with this speed and this control that Podat and Sons has at the midfield, it's going to be hard for Sylvia to be that offensive goalie, because she's going to be on her back heels so much in the passing plays. Sending it to Wolfgang, sends it to the bottom corner, and Podat and Sons takes this best of 3.
Yeah, an absolute clinic at the end there from Podat and Sons, showcasing how important it is to draft properly in this game. For Flip's Sake, they just didn't have the tools necessary, and there are no tools to be offered against an Octavia that has like 900 base speed.
900 base speed. You have Wolfgang with guaranteed size with a big fish start, and then they pick up that prime time. That's more crooked leverage. That's just more primaries to stuff it through and get those KOs. But with that exciting best of 3, we're going to take it to a break as we get set up for the losers final.
Don't go anywhere, guys. These 3 teams, they've already made the podium, but who is going to get gold? Find out after this.
that.
Wait, I was muted. I was muted. People are take over. I was muted. My
That's
bad.
right. All right. Hello, ladies and germs. It's been a wild one already. We are back. Intermediate Striker Series Season 1 finale. Get Her Done versus Poodat and Sons. It's going to be crazy. Like I said, best of three, best of three, best of three. So we've got Saya here. What are we looking at between these two incredible teams?
Well, we're gonna see 3 maps here. It's gonna be Oni Village, Night Market, and Taiko. It's gonna be a long series. Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
And we're loading bugged.
Rollicking good start this is, but we will stick with it as best we can.
Oni Village, a game that's going to be long just by looking at the map, but looking at the starting awakening, Spark of Resilience and Egoist. Lots of scaling potential and Egoist as well, so maybe there'll be enough energy to score quickly, but maybe not.
Yeah, like, especially like for Oni Village, I can definitely see this one, like you said, going long. Egoist is definitely going to be I think it's going to be kind of like a pace breaker, if you know what I mean. Like, it's going to be something that's going to start a lot of pushes and start a lot of transitional offense, especially with how Poodash and Sons have been playing. They've been playing like a sick passing game. So I can imagine they're going to be feeling, like fresh. They're going to be feeling kind of like in a rhythm, I should say. Not necessarily fresh, but they've already got the motor running. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we've hit the second loading bug. We are well and truly waiting for if this match will load, and the answer seems to be no. They're saying hold strong, but I never loaded into the loading screen, so I know that this is gonna loading bug. Oh no. It's been a while since we've had a lot of loading bugs, but yep, it's a new lobby time, and we're gonna be even more delayed, unfortunately. Get Her Done versus Poodat and Sons. Talking a little bit more about the teams. Both of these teams from Group 1. And it's kind of funny how Jakara Eclipse was the only Group 2 team left before the previous match even. They're standing in winner side of Grands. You know their names. It's Zonseki, Itormi, Cragley, and Flowers, who seems to not be present today. And oh, it looks like we're going to a new lobby. P-Flare. Yeah. I'm out of it.
It's kind of wild, this start. I mean, sometimes this game likes to play with you. You know what I'm saying? So gotta work with it. Gotta do what you can. So we're doing what we can. We're pushing forward. We're moving. We're grooving.
We moved to
It's
a new
all
lobby, and this time it'll work. Right? Well, I think it will. But if it doesn't, that is a problem. Oni Village, the first map, and if you were watching the previous game, right, where Poodat and Sons played, what are your thoughts on how they took it down with Octavia?
Honestly, I was very impressed. I was concerned at the start because it kind of felt like, at first I thought, like, as much as I like Octavia, she can be kind of niche depending on the map, depending on who you're playing with. Niche depending on a lot of factors, really. So I was kind of, in my opinion anyway, so I was kind of concerned at first, but they really kind of got into the passing game. They really kind of built into the speed, and they really got their act together kind of in the latter half of everything. So if they can keep that absolutely sick passing game going, if they can get like the speed online with that Octavia again, I see no reason why we can't see a repeat performance here.
Oh, it looks like we're running into more technical difficulties. We've loading bug for the 3rd time, and now we have to kick a player from the lobby, and I'm so out of it, P-Flare. I am absolutely out of it, but I do remember the melee goalies really doing both these teams well. Unfortunately, the experimentation coming out for Flip's sake didn't quite work out. Sylvia, of course, a lover of eject button, and unfortunately it was a little too difficult to pout on Oni Village to win yet another close game, and we're stuck again.
Programming, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, I will, if you let me, if we got the time, I will absolutely talk a little bit about like that prior game, because again, I thought it was fantastic, and I thought it was honestly an amazing example of getting refocused on what they needed to do and figuring out the game plan, figuring out what they needed to, quite literally in this case, get past like the absolute force that the other team was. They originally came out with like a lot of offense, and it seemed like they were just gearing down to beat out Pudash and Sons. And then Pudash kind of realized, hey, we can do a lot more core control, and we can kind of literally pass it almost in circles around them if we get this kind of setup going. And they were able, again, to like be able to pull that off. It's going to be a game of inches, of fits and spurts, I believe, in the start, and it's going to end up coming down to, like, it often does come down to this, but in particular for this kind of game plan, it really comes down to if they can get the right awakenings and if they can scale correctly, especially because, again, Oni Village, yeah, this should be Octi's map. This should be a map that Octavia can get her groove going, especially for stuff like Spark of Resilience, Egoist, because we all know like Octavia has longevity issues. Octavia doesn't have a whole lot of stagger, but if say like Cliff decides to go for the Octavia, decides to go for the Spark of Resilience, that may be a problem that can end up kind of solving itself. Like, this is just me kind of like going off the cuff. Like, for example, the Spark build that could kind of answer two problems at once.
Yeah, the Sparks and Octavia, of course, always very interesting. It adds that other avenue of scaling, and when it's Spark of Resilience, it makes it even crazier in terms of that Octavia just becoming unkillable, perhaps. So there's a non-zero chance Octavia ends up being banned. Let me check, by the way, because they might have done pre-game bans, and they banned Aimi, and they banned. Okay, Get Her Done did indeed ban the Octavia. Good ban, okay. I gotta say.
Oh yeah, that makes absolute sense.
Let's see.
Is it busted, sir?
Cloak Oak might be hated by John Odyssey because the game is not letting him in.
Ooh. Why they put the like the do not let enter sign out there then? Why'd they do that too?
Oh, well, I'm gonna have to ping the TOs because this is a little unfortunate. This situation, the way we get back on schedule might be through a disqualification because through no fault of anyone, this game looks like it's not going to start.
I mean, that's not the way we want to go, but sometimes you gotta take the best run of a bad lot.
We will be trying solutions. Cloak Oak will be rebooting Steam, setting us behind quite a bit in the schedule, but sometimes it just happens, and oh no. Hopefully things are resolved. If they're not, then bad things happen. If you're asking me to fill for him, that would be against the rules of ISS. Unfortunately, I am above the threshold for this tournament. I apologize. Wow.
I might be below the threshold, actually. I haven't like actively like I play, but I haven't like played in a hot minute. And y'all don't want me on this. Y'all don't want me on this team. I'm gonna be real. Y'all don't want me on this team.
This is tough. This is a rough situation. I would be on Brawler, so it's okay. That's true, actually. I am homeless on Brawler. I am not good in that role. I have no positioning. But reflecting a little bit more on the previous game, right? Pudash, I think, definitely a standout of that previous game. Not saying Cliff and Wolfming played bad. In fact, they might have played better than Pudash, but I remember Pudash the most because of how well he was holding. in the open net situations even on Oni Village.
Oh yeah, no, like Pudash was an iron wall there. It was actually incredible. Did you remember I'm guessing you're probably thinking of like the time where it was basically like a 3-on-1 and Pudash held. Like that was absurd, and that tells you like just how much Pudash wanted this one. That was just an incredible situation, even if he got scored on a little bit later, but that's not here nor there. Point being, Pudash being very, very good in the net. He's very good between the rows. And again, not to take anything away from, like you said, like the others like Cliff, Wolfmang, they had some incredible pass sequences. They had some incredible kind of like offensive flurries. And yeah, at the end of the day, it is scores that, the scores that win games. So all props to them, 100%. I mean, I was watching Cliff a little bit more just because, again, Octavia is one of my, like, in terms of favorite characters, it's Luna and then Octavia and then Juliet. So, hey, whenever those characters are on screen, I'll watch them.
Yeah, I remember the original one was definitely Luna, and well, that character didn't get picked too much, unfortunately. But it's always explosive when it does happen.
Was that a joke?
My bad.
It's good. I mean, like, we just, at this, being real, at this point, we're kind of just talking while these technical difficulties try to get resolved in some way, shape, or form. So,
Yeah. Oh, I think.
I hope all y'all doing out there, like, I'm sitting here waiting for the, waiting to see how the lobby shakes out, and I'm just reading chat at this moment. I'm gonna be real with you. I haven't actually seen too many of the winter skins.
Oh, the winter skins. Oh, well, for Flip's sake, had one, right?
Yeah, I saw that one. Like,
Was that
I
it?
saw yeah, it was Finny.
Yep.
And when I saw that one, that one looked good. I like that skin. So.
Well, I think we will go to a break because we don't know what's going to happen right now. We might come back to Losers Final, we might come back to Grand Finals, but we'll see you soon.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da, bye.
Hello everyone, and we're here for the grand finals of the first season of the Intermediate Strikers series. It's a Chikara Showdown, Chikara Eclipse versus Chikara Poodat and Sons. It's a little crazy, right? 8 seasons of OSAS so far, and Chikara have never won. Are there any teams left in OSAS for Chikara? Probably at least one. But in the first season of ISS, they're in there. They're guaranteed a win. Wow.
I was not aware of that little fact, but it is kind of surprising considering how Chikara seems to be everywhere. So, hey, if this is like their first, okay, awesome. Let's see how they work.
Chikara Eclipse versus Chikara Poodat and Sons. Eclipse from the winner side, Poodat and Sons from the loser side, and Poodat and Sons have a lot to prove here because Chikara Eclipse and Poodat and Sons, they both qualified in the mid-season. Second week for Eclipse and third week for Poodat and Sons. And, Eclipse has generally looked like the better team, but again, look at their records. It's so incredibly close.
Yeah, no, I think this is one of those situations where it's like, kind of like you said, like, yeah, Eclipse generally looks like the better team on average, but that's not to say Poodat and Sons cannot take it, although that Octavia ban is not a great start, in my opinion.
Yeah, they know what Puda and Sons are up to. They don't want that Octavia coming out from Cliff, and instead it will be the Kai most likely. And of course, both goalies opting for defensive goalies. It's Oni Village. You want to lock down that barrier. Not really taking any big risks here.
Yeah, no, these are pretty standard picks so far from what I'm seeing. Like, we all know Itormi is a god in the net, and with that, Asher, I mean, no surprises there. We're seeing, you know, like Rune, Atlas, Kai for Oni Village. Yeah, that tracks.
Got tracks. It's a little bit like, it's not crazy, but it's like less normal that there's a double midfield coming out from Pudat and Sons. But Cliff has played this rune so many times. We'll see if Eclipse can deal with it, because that is one of the picks to watch when you're looking at Cliff.
Yeah, that definitely is. Like, if he's not going on Octavia, then, you know, that rune is probably coming out. So, need to see if they're going to be going for, you know, one of those big, oversized, you know, pillar kind of like arrangements. I mean, for a map this size, just being able to take over as much of the field as possible is important.
Definitely is. Zanseki and Crackley walking up the field, but that banish is such an important tool as Crackley's forced to do some solo offense, but Pudash doesn't quite cover the entire barrier. It's not too easy to do that. And Zanseki sniping the top corner for the first goal.
Pretty slick, nice aiming, and you saw right there, Pudash and Sons basically had to for like a 3-person defense for there, and Zanseki was still able to get it through there. So that's going to be something to watch out. See if Zanseki can keep that kind of direction and that kind of aim up.
Yeah, and once again, the first barrier falls. A little bit easier to take, but it is Pudash and Wolfmane trying to turn onto the offense on the other side, but the defense is great. Ratormi and Zanseki, any two members of this Eclipse team, could hold down that barrier.
Yeah, and definitely going to be something they need to watch, and that's one of the ways you can kind of get it out with that nice flip from Pudash, managing to get some kind of offense trying to go, but no, good flip by Craggley. Nice, again, a nice little shift back and forth here. Pudash and Sons trying to keep some offense going, but Itormi's just really, really good in the net, like I was saying earlier, and it's going to be basically a battle of defense, in my opinion, because Pudash has already shown that they're good at it too. So it's going to see who can like crack that wall first.
That power play is going to make it a lot easier to defend for Pudash, despite the open net, trying to push up all the way to the midline to find some pressure as Wolfmane finds the barrier, but Cliff and Pudash, they overextend. That's another goal for Chikara Eclipse.
I feel like that was a goal that was not necessarily like unavoidable. So definitely, yeah, no, they're gonna have to kind of like tighten that up. We all know Atlas moves slow, people. So definitely one of those things you just kind of gotta like keep in mind at all times. Even pros get that messed up. So one of those things just to watch out for.
Yeah, it's just the weakness of overcommitting on offense, but you need that offense to try and break open a stalemate here. Good defense by Tormi for the moment as Pudash and Cliff cover both sides of the barriers. Finally gets past a great glitch pop by Crackley, and with the firewall sentry set up, but a great clear by Cliff will send it away.
Yeah, I'm noticing Pudash and Sons already, they seem to be leaning a lot on like the passing game, trying to get past this whole like setup that Itormi kind of has like for defense that getting it to Crackley does. And Crackley just kind of like shook him out of shoes, just a basic kind of like a stutter step, and got Pudash to flinch.
Big set win here if Chikara Eclipse are going to take this series with a 2-0 and a handshake. Big awakenings here are the energy ones, of course, but stacks on stacks, right? Oni Village, it's a speed map, and this IME is going to be all over the place.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be one of those. That's one of those things, again, like for this map, you kind of have to decide how you're going to tackle all that wide open space. Are you just going to be able to try and like hoof it one side to the other, or are you going to be able to like, are you going to try and like throw out as many abilities as possible? And just looking at this, it does seem like with that spark of focus, with that like with that prime time, it definitely seems like Pudash and Sun are going to just try and go for that angle, just try and put out a lot of abilities and try and keep the core on the other side of the map.
Yeah, definitely gonna try to do that. And Cliff, of course, right, with the Spark Start, is scaling. Has the potential to go out of control, but again, immediate power is in the hands of Chikara Eclipse, and if they win this one with the 3-0, then Cliff is not going to be allowed to scale.
Yeah, and that was a very, very close call. That was almost like a barrier taken. But never mind, they had to up for a while, held for as long as possible. And right now, like with Wolfgang trying to kind of like keep up and make something happen, that's kind of like a tall order, considering like Cragley and Itormi are both back there trying to make his life miserable and are relying on Zanseki so much to kind of get the offense, because I mean it's Kazan. He can just like redirect things just so easily, and like that great angle, just got it around Pudash, and that's kind of that's just something that's hard to deal with against that kind of character.
And also, including scoring the goal, Chikara Eclipse have another big lead if they take a barrier quickly, and they have basically 3 flips available. A ton of energy to work with, but that pad splitter does go wide, and Chikara Eclipse now need to be a little bit more careful in pushing forward, but Zanseki has done that open strike, a close strike into pop-up so many times, and it's worked every time on Pudash, and I think that's going to be the difference maker. Zanseki is just winning the 1v1 versus Pudash.
Yeah, it's just reminding me of like, it's just kind of like reminding me of like a basketball game where you got someone who's got like excellent handles in the way of like, in this case, you know, it's Zanseki or it's Kazan, and you're just facing like a guard that's just not quite there, can't quite handle the handles, so to speak, and it's just got like getting crossed up and mixed out, and it's just easy money at this point for Zanseki in these 1v1s, and they're going to have to find a way to answer that, because it's very clear they can't leave him alone.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to double team Zanseki like they did there, right, Cliff, with the double pillar. And Wolfmang trying to go for everything there. Gets a barrage, looking for the goal in Itormi. We've seen that more than once today. A bit of a missed angle on the clear, leading to an own goal, but Chikara Eclipse, I don't think they're too sad about that. They're still 1 goal away from moving on.
Yeah, that's not going to be anything that rattles them any. I mean, Pudash and Sons are going to be very happy to take what they can get at this point, and that honestly might end up needing to be kind of the win condition, which I would not really call a great win condition, but it is one, and that is to try and capitalize as quickly as possible on any mistakes that Eclipse makes. And that's not going to help though. They can't basically like flinch at every like offensive struggle that Eclipse forces, and that's going to be like an issue with them, because Eclipse is very good at forcing this offense to, you know, like at starting an offense and making sure that Pudash and Sons have to like stand firm. If they flinch at that, it's free eats. It's done.
Passing plays from Cliff and Wolfmang, defended away by all 3 members of Chikara Eclipse, and the pad splitter as well. Zanseki low, almost taken out, but still surviving and doing some damage back to Cliff. Zanseki still surviving on the Kazan. Not going down as Cragley plays a ton of offense. Top side it goes. Itormi defends it away with the strike shot. But finally, Zanseki falls off the edge, and maybe this power play is what Pudash and Sons need.
Yeah, like Cragley was trying to do something a little bit there, trying to dribble it to make sure it doesn't happen. But nice, like just a hit in. Itormi does not quite get to it. I feel like that was they tried to flip a little bit early, or maybe like was a banish.
Yeah, that was a crazy double banish coming out from Cliff onto both Cragley and Itormi. But that also means, right, Chikara Eclipse still have all of the flips available.
Yeah, absolutely. They still got massive scoring potential, massive threat potential here. There goes one nice counter by Wolfgang. Gets a barrier for his troubles too. Pretty insane. Like Cliff's been trying to do something to like get the core under control almost this whole game, and with them and Wolfgang, you know, we saw them do it like last game. This nice passing synchronicity that they've got going on, and they're trying to kind of like lean on that this game. But that's kind of like a issue in that Eclipse knows how to play that game too, and it's just really rough for them to kind of like get off the defense once they are forced on it.
Oh, really tough spot for Pudash as Cragley hits it up to the top side. Itormi flip available, but it's Zonseki yet again in the midst of everybody finding the strike ward to the bottom side, and a Chikara Eclipse. A close call in this one. It goes to 5 points, but they're up in the set count 2-0, and another draft appears. They could easily deny that spark, deny the scaling, or they could just play for the win condition and try to win here with even more immediate power.
Yeah, like there's a lot of crazy stuff going on. Like you got perfect form, you got team player, ad rush, like you said, that spark, deny that, and there it goes. Bye. And it's just really it's just a really rough situation at this point for Pudash and Sons. I won't say that, you know, it's a bad, I won't say it's like horrible like pickups for Pudash, but at the same time I don't really see how they kind of like get past this incredible defense transition to offense and score kind of game that Eclipse is kind of just near mastered at this point.
And the biggest issue is Cragly in the midfield, right? Just has so much power, so many cooldowns, so much speed. And that makes Zonseki's life that much easier as the barrier's already taken. And Tormi as well just has the perfect pick to deal with the double midfield. The Asher could just say no with the barrier beam.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. Like, Cragly's just really good at controlling the core and getting it to where it needs to go, which is, like you said, usually in Zonseki's hands, and Zonseki just kind of like shimmies, shakes, bakes, and cooks the defense up real nice.
Zonseki going for a little bit of damage this time, not going to kill Pudash anytime soon. And Wolfming getting a barrier, suddenly a bit of an opening for Chikara, Pudad, and Sons, but it's going to be difficult when Tormi's strike-shotting it back to the offense.
And that strike shot was basically across the court. Didn't even let it get close to the net. Just knocked it in, and there it goes. And right there, that defense flipped in their face. Nothing to do about it. It was already half in the net. That was just that was just almost, well, not quite overkill, but it was brutal.
And they still have 2 flips coming up. Like, Chikara Eclipse is not overusing their resources, but also not overly hoarding them, right? That they're getting exactly what they need out of every play they make. And Chikara, Pudad, and Sons, they just can't find their offensive footing here.
Yeah, no, like, Itormi kind of a weird angle, sacrifice one of their own, but it doesn't really matter because just they have this passing on lock. They do Eclipse, just very nice being able to like just get the core out of danger and being able to, like you said, like get it forward, get it pushed up. See, like right now, like Pudash and Sons trying desperately to like kind of keep it up, but Cragly is just kind of exchanging these like mid-screen almost strike wars and winning them, and just kind of like slowly pushing it up and slowly forcing the situation. And boom, Zonseki just like takes it, just pushes it in and forces it after Cragly sets up an almost indefensible situation. It's almost been like, it's been systematic. It's been academic nearly.
Wolfming trying to turn the tide, but it's so difficult at this point in the game. All the awakenings seem to be in the favor of Chikara Eclipse, and flipping it away is Cragly. Not the greatest value out of there, but keeping up the tempo, keeping up the pressure in the favor of Chikara Eclipse is Pudash. Good strikes, Cliff, good defense, but in the end the barrier still falls, and once again the barrier beam. A single button says no to the entire offense of Pudad and Sons, and Cragly's continuing to find the rebounds. Good interruption by Cliff for a moment, but it's still looking tough as they can't get a passing play going.
Yeah, no, it's just crazy. They're doing the best they can. Cragly has been absolutely ridiculous with these glitch pops. Like almost 2-3 times in a row, Cragly managed to like aim their glitch pop so that like the back end of it to basically hit the core in reverse. It's been insane how just on point Eclipse has been this whole setup. Some very good passing, very good like consistent offense, just being able to dictate the terms of engagement so hard. And with Pudash, like incredible defensive play here, incredible like holding, absolutely. But you can generally only hold for so long in these kinds of situations, and it's just rough because, like, again, they can't hold on to offense. It's Pudash having to essentially fight for his life.
Yeah, Cliff and Wolfming are looking for a good bandage, a good barrage, but again, those things are so difficult to line up against an Asher goalie who can just one-button defense it, and eventually the Kazan will find a way around the Atlas. amazing passing play from Wolfmang. But once again, the question is, will it be enough? The saves are good, and the core is bouncing around in the midfield. Zonseki, though, lines up yet another shot to the bottom corner, and history repeats itself.
That was just like that was almost textbook on how to play like a good game of Omega Strikers. You know, just good, solid on all the fundamentals. Like just good passing, great defense, just good sustained offense. Had even a few like trick shots here and there, KOs when you needed them, and just everything.
Yep. And especially on Oni Village, right? Like, that was such a good game plan tailored to Oni Village. The Kazan pick was doing so well getting around the Atlas. That's one thing that I think is the greatest challenge when playing against a melee goalie on Oni Village, right? Just consistently getting around the goalie, and the Kazan pick just solved that problem entirely.
Yeah, I don't want to say like lost at character select, but they were immediately put on the back foot almost at character select. But I mean that's still, you know, like one, it's entirely possible Pudash and Sons, you know, kind of figure out a counteract to this whole situation, and we can see if they can kind of like step things up next game.
All right, next game is on Demon Deus, a completely different map, and the starting awakenings are Chrono Hotshot. Maybe that's what Pudad and Sons need to turn the tide.
Quite possibly. I mean, if it wants to go with like that Kai again or something, then that would definitely help. Cause on Demon Deus, I got it the second time. But yeah, on Deus, it's kind of crazy what can and can't be done with that core. Just nothing really like consistent, just because of how the barriers work, you know. So something needs to change on Pudash and Sons level, and this might be the catalyst for it. No Omega Strikers related, pun intended.
Yep, this might be the last game of OSAS Season 1. Demon Deus coming out, Pudad and Sons desperately trying to find the magic pick that'll turn their fate around on this start. They're looking at damage here, they're looking at the Atlas, they're looking at the Fini perhaps, but it's so tough. It's a difficult decision to make because you have nothing left here if you're Chikara, Pudad and Sons. Like, this is your last chance, you need to win this game or else it's over.
Yeah, absolutely. I can completely understand like being a little bit hesitant. Pudash seems to be just maybe be going with what they know, you know, like dance with who brung you. So I could respect that if that's what they went for, but I can also like I've seen Fini being used to some very interesting effect, and that would honestly provide them with some much needed offensive pressure. But speaking of Fini, Zentaro Fini on the other end.
Oh, that is scary.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest. I want Bite Breakers. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I want it.
That is true, and honestly, I think it's more likely than unlikely because this is a really big Bite Breakers angle, and the players on that team have been known to play the Aimi, right? So Cragley like just played Aimi. This could be the Bite Breaker.
Come on, give me the Bite Breakers. Give me the Bite Breakers. Come on. Go. Dang. So close. All right, but it's fine. It's fine. It's what it is.
Speaking of other picks, though, Cliff on the Juno, I really like, because if there's one pick that could turn a game around, it is Juno with Hotshot.
No, 100%. Like, like I said, like Juno Hotshot could basically cause that core to go at ludicrous speeds, or also cause that like there's gonna be a lot of those, I feel, in this match, just going round and round the horn. I mean, that's what you kind of have to expect that for Demon Deus, and kind of expect to play towards that. So Juno, and that's probably why they got the Now too, actually, now that I think about it.
now that you think about it. My bad.
I'm gonna let you live. I'm gonna let you have that one, but know that it hurts.
You know, Wolfmane also feeling the hurt right now. Just regen from being staggered. Almost taken out again. So much damage when you're playing Feniz and Taro. So it's really up to Cliff to get something done in the core control department before someone dies.
Yeah, no, this is definitely gonna kind of like be a bit of a slugfest between Wolfmane and Zanzeki, because both of them kind of have almost have kind of like the same goal: kill the other dude before he kills like everybody else on your team, so more or less. So it's gonna be kind of like that kind of like fight out. Like X has some great core control and some kind of like great intercepts. Just that was a beautiful like shot in, and just quick follow up, nice first goal.
Redirecting it just enough to find the angle and just not enough to keep the speed. Wolfmane, first goal of the game, but again, like, these wide open barriers are so easy to take, so easy to get taken. What a combo by Wolfmane!
That was absolutely absurd. That was also absurdly unfortunate, like right next to it, and that just allows, you know, like Itormi and Eclipse just get that barrier open, and now it's dangerous. But like you said, those slimes are going to help ridiculously in such a big map like this. Just going to a lot of like little, not just shot redirection, but also mines for the enemy team to have to kind of like step on, you know?
Yeah, chip damage does add up. And Kragley in danger, almost taken out. If X Maximus was up, that would have been a kill. And this is a very different Kudat and Sons. They look a lot more comfortable on Demon. They look a lot more comfortable with the Juno.
Yeah, it's actually very impressive, like how so far they've been managing to kind of like hold court, and just make sure that there's something that they can do at all times on offense, but also sometimes you just flip and 7-10 split.
Yeah, a bit difficult to defend against a flip in an open net with no cooldowns preset from the creation characters. Slimes, though, to great effect once again. The barrier already taken, and Kudat and Sons. Again, it kind of feels like an opposite of the previous game. It never feels like they're out of it, especially when at this moment a Tormi redirect comes back. A bit of an own goal, unfortunately. And this time it might actually matter.
Yeah, that was a barnstormer of a goal, and honestly something that they probably needed to kind of like just get in that like mental state going, and just make sure that the other team knows they're going to have to watch out for like those slimes. And I think those slimes are going to be like the hero of this game if, you know, like Kudash and Sun end up making this a game 3.
Definitely could be. Cliff's gotten a lot of value so far, but the net at their back is open. And Itormi and Zanzeki can push forward very quickly. Kragley can put on the damage pressure very quickly. Zanzeki still pushing top corner. Big finish activated, and that's the set evened up. We're headed to a 0.5 already.
Yeah, this one's going to be a bit of a slugfest. That was just an incredibly timed big finish, and you saw they tried to push it out. Not really a whole lot they could do in time for that. So, yeah, I'm looking at this, and I definitely think like the trick here is to just Wolfmane's going to have to take some risk with X, I feel, and just kind of like get the other team, get Zanzeki in particular, low, and start making them like think twice about engaging in midfield or like going for like aggressive maneuvers themselves. Otherwise, that's going to happen.
What a snipe by Kragley. Yeah, if Chikara Eclipse are allowed to play comfortably, there's a lot of scary things that can happen, both damage and core control wise. Cliff and Wolfmane taking a bit of a beating here, but Wolfmane finishing off the barriers, and Cliff, that's a hotshot Juno, 20 seconds away from overtime. They might not even need it.
That was a great jump to try and like keep pressure up, and that allows them to kind of like keep this offense going. They kind of like they have to kind of like close this out now though, because I feel like even with hot shots, it's just scary to go like in overtime in this kind of like situation against a team that is basically this tough and this directed. Like beautiful flips, just knowing how to handle their defense.
Triple take helps out on the defense for Chikara Eclipse. Zanseki brought incredibly low. A slime redirect, but not into the goal, but more chances for Wolfmang and Cliff coming soon. Cragley on the defense looking quite good. Sends the core around the world and the barrier taken. And Chikara Eclipse might be turning it around here. Good defense by Pudash for the moment, but Cliff rushing forward, defended away by a Tormi as Wolfmang commits a little bit too early. And now it's a dangerous situation for both teams as Zanseki scoops the core.
Yeah, that core is going to be moving like ridiculously fast, and yeah, it's going to be a game of like absolute flashes. Oh, nice like self pass, beautiful like angle. Just knew exactly what he was going to do with that, with that bounce into himself. Just beautiful score, and they're really going to. This was already kind of like vital for them to take like this first early round and try to get ahead on these awakenings.
That 1-2 punch is the cherry on top, but he denied the extra special instead. I guess... no, that has to be incorrect because Timeless Creator was also on the board. I think that 1-2 punch on the Juno for the Perpetual Red Core and the chip damage would have been the better choice, would have given Cliff the ability to solo carry the game. And I think Cragley's not too sad about the Timeless Creator because that big finish, not as frequent as the extra special, but a lot more effective.
Yeah, I actually like completely agree with you. I think like the 1-2 punch should have been the way to go. Like I can understand wanting to deny the extra special away, and you know maybe that could help with them because more slimes, always more slimes, always more slimes. But at the same time, that kind of like that extra big finish, that big finish, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna. I think it's gonna cause some issues, and it's gonna be on. It's going to be on Pudash and Sons now to just be able to try and like polish off scores before it comes into play like that. Like, look at how long that big finish is lasting. That's just a massive no-fly zone that Pudash and Sons are going to have to play around now.
So far, they've been playing around it, but again, Cragley hasn't gotten like perfect placements, right? When Cragley starts locking those in, it's going to be incredibly difficult, especially if it's backed up by an Oni's Blade or a path splitter, a flip, a risky flip for Zanseki. Gets out of there alive though, and 2 barriers already down. A flip forced out by another big finish, and we're seeing Chikara Eclipse get right back into it.
Yeah, they also kind of bait out Wolfmang's flip. Tried to basically counteract it early and wasn't able to get it. So now they've got to try and get this last barrier down really fast. Oh, they do manage to get it. Just like slips past and manages to make it. Angle is off. Pudash trying the best to clear it out. Oni's Blade comes out. Slime says no. Slime says go the other way. Wolfmang trying to like push forward. It's crazy, but this is their opportunity. Slime comes out. Beautiful angle. Cliff, the Juno, making all the difference in this game.
Cliff continuing to power this Hotshot Juno in terms of core control, and again, it's still Hotshot Juno. It could really just solo carry this game. Misses the barrier this time though, and now an awkward spot in the midfield. A big finish that didn't quite get that much value, but once again, that card looking quite good. 1 barrier taken already, looking for 2. Zanseki follows up, and a quick goal as well.
Just absolutely massive. I don't even know what to say about that. That was just incredible speed and just incredible, like, quick finish on the play. Just 1, 2. Goal didn't even finish getting open before they scored.
And now Zanseki built up so much meter on that. Stuffs away the flip as well. Cragley and Zanseki, the combined forces, making sure that Cliff can't find pressure. Wolfmang healed up by the lifeline of Pudash. 1 barrier not down yet for Pudash and Sons, as Zanseki pushed near the edge but still surviving, and Wolfmang continues to punch forward.
Yeah, Wolfmang's kind of doing what he kind of needs to do, and that's continually be a threat in the backfield. Like, you see Cragley already, like, very, very low, had to retreat for a little bit. It allows Cliff and Pudash a little bit of time to kind of, like, reset themselves, allows Wolfmang to kind of figure out what kind of position he wants to take for the next offensive push. But that's kind of like been the whole issue this whole match, is Zanseki really just going forward and causing trouble. Usually Oni's Blade into something crazy and a big finish just to wait. That's going to help though.
A single slime takes out Zanseki out of absolutely nowhere, and Wolfmang cleans up the barrier, trying to get the goal as well. Striking to the top side, but a good dribble by Cragley makes it miss, and the Tormi not ready for Cliff's jump. Pudash and Sons 1 goal away from a massive lead.
Yeah, they are definitely kind of they look just a lot more put together with this comp as opposed to prior, where they kind of felt like they were on the back foot a lot. Weird. I don't know if I liked that flip personally. That big finish just kind of like completely shut it down, and that was rough already. But you can see they kind of have the idea of like a game plan going on, and they just need to be able to like execute it right now. And essentially, don't let Craigley get started, really. That's kind of like been the core of their issue. Don't let Craigley start getting their stuff going, because if Craigley gets started, Zanzeki gets started. And if Zanzeki gets started, then that's usually a goal.
Big finish time. Oh no, Cliff sends it to the top side, an angle that's difficult for Pudash to defend. And despite it being a bit of a lead for Pudat and Sons, Chikara Eclipse now within striking distance of tying it up and maybe scaling into oblivion here.
Yeah, no, like Eclipse knows how to like fight from under. Pudash has been doing it the whole time, but like they can't let this happen. They can't let this go. They can't let this like game get away from them. And unfortunately, they're having a rough time from it. Had to basically sacrifice their entire life, Pudash, to keep that from going under. But I guess sometimes that's what you gotta do.
No barriers taken. One barrier finally taken by the Slimes of Cliff, as Pudat and Sons try to work back from a deficit, and so far they're getting it done, but it's going to be difficult to find this final barrier as more damage comes down. Zanzeki keeps control of the core. Good saves by Pudash, but Craigley is watching, looking for an opportunity to potentially use this big finish. It traps the core. Cliff sends it away, but it's a massive obstacle in the middle of the net. Wolfmang, though, converts on the other side.
That was beautiful timing. Tried to get the bell ring to go out. Baits the flip, just waits for Wolfman to like basically take his turn, make it useless, and now we've got like on both sides. That was almost an incredible snipe, but they did manage to save it. It's gonna be like a very scary next couple of moments. We need to see something's gonna have to give very fast.
This Craigley flip might just make it happen. Good save by Pudash on the top side. Craigley almost taken out. Greeds on the survival, but still lives there. A good defense from the creation. Zanzeki defended by Pudash, and Craigley and Zanzeki, the passing plays continue, but you gotta watch out for Cliff's potential on the other side of the map. And Tormi is ready though, and once again the core goes around, but Zanzeki has flip available.
Yeah, that's gonna be very dangerous. Didn't even need it, but burnt it.
Wow. Didn't even need it, but it worked out anyway, as Chikara Eclipse tie it up, and Zanzeki, the first pick of the draft, and Zentaro, a character that can really take over. Nothing too crazy for Zentaro, but a lot of nice to haves in general in this draft. Might deny the rapid fire against the Juno, but just goes for the Spark of Resilience instead.
Yeah, this one I almost feel like, yeah, with that rapid fire and team player kind of taken up, I mean, X might be able to get like big fish. What goes for demolitionist? I actually kind of feel like, is it just me, or does it feel like Pudash and Sons actually got out of that pretty good?
Yeah, I agree. Especially Cliff, who now has infinite primary generator with Hotshot rapid fire. That guy is going to be very happy with what's going on, but the gameplay is in the favor of Chikara Eclipse, as they're the ones taking the barriers. Uh-oh, Zanzeki, Tormi looking for a bit more here. Trying to find the passing play to the bottom side, as Wolfmang as well, just pushing forward. But again, these Slimes are just getting stuck with strikes in the midfield, and the triple take doing so much work to deflect away. Craigley and Zanzeki still looking for another opportunity here, as Zanzeki pushes forward top side. A perfectly placed shot means that once again Chikara Eclipse find another goal. P-Flare, are you there? No, P-Flare's gone.
Gets an early barrier though for their troubles, backed by Slimes. Kills with the flip does Wolfmang. Something they definitely need, and they need to see if they can do anything out of this power play. They rotate it down. Zanzeki, Oni's Blaze, try and get something out of it. No sale. Wolfmang pushing it up. Cliff backing up. We've got Slimes out everywhere. Slime gets the second barrier. It's an open goal. And now with Pudash backing things up with their So with their own like secondary, tries to push forward. Big Finish comes out, counteracted by the flip for a little bit, but that Castellas is paying dividends. Just that's a long Big Finish. I could make a joke there. I'm not going to. But Bellringer comes out, they barely manage to save it, but their goalie gets punched out for their troubles. And now you've got just two Vividers trying to go up against a whole 3-man push, and that rarely goes well. They just get that one in. Beautiful, beautiful.
P-Flare, did you disconnect or did I disconnect? Because I think we
I don't
both
know who
didn't hear each
disconnected.
other.
I did not hear you for I did not hear you for a hot minute. I was worried that like you disconnected. I was going on. I don't know what chat says, so we gonna see.
I was also going on, and honestly, chat doesn't know, right? Because it was a Discord disconnect, so it could have been either one of us. So I think we'll never know. But what I do know is this game is so close.
Oh yeah, like did you see like that? Oh, of course you saw. You were watching. That was a great like kill into a 3-on-2 push. That last goal, and for this goal, it seems like they want to kind of like repeat that beautiful kill on there, push ahead. Wolfang backed by Cliff Slimes, like Cliff Slimes make the goals in beautiful. Etormi can't get to it, nice, and they're on set point. Pudash and Sons feel like they kind of they may have solved the puzzle here a little bit.
If you kill someone, then the game really opens up. The 3v2 might be easier than the 3v3. Kragley and Zonseki, a bit of a slime bug on the terrain there to stop the play for a moment. Confuse people for a moment, but again, it's the rapid fire hotshot looking as good as ever on Cliff.
Yeah, it's been paying dividends, and it's been absolutely incredible. But also that Castellas on that Big Finish is also incredible, just with sustaining offense. But if that happens, that's been happening a lot more. Crazy's been dying a lot more, and they really don't want that do Eclipse. Have you noticed?
Yeah, they're kind of greeting their survival a little bit, staying too near the edge, but a good defense by Zonseki and Etormi covering both sides of the ball. But the slime comes back once more, and it's a set win for Pudad and Sons, and this might be them taking it to Game 3 if this draft turns out well.
Like, what did I tell you about them slimes, bro? You gotta watch them slimes, bro. And they got some nice stuff on here. They got Spark of Strength, they got Missile Propulsion, Egoist, like Prize Fighter if they feeling fresh, because they've been having a couple of them, and it takes the Egoist, that's fine. And you see, like, maybe Deadeye?
Yeah,
For
Deadeye
Juno?
on the Juno definitely feels pretty good, because it'll add to the core speed, and of course, the chip damage is going to be immense, going to help Wolfmang take people out, and once again, this draft's looking good for Pudad and Sons, 2 in a row.
Absolutely. Like, Stagger Swagger is going to help Craigley with the whole, you know, getting punched clear through the wall issue, but quite possibly not as much as they hoped for. But still, yeah, definitely Pudash and Sons got the better at this one. Craigley and Etormi already half-life. That's nuts! But exactly what Pudash and Sons kind of like want to go.
2 bearers already down, and Cliff's going to start firing these slimes, going to start creating these red cores out of nowhere. Good defense so far, but Kragley not long for this world, and Wolfmang continuing to walk forward. The slime redirects are good from Cliff, keeping the possession in their hands, keeping the offense up for forever, but finally it's defended away. No, not quite, as Wolfmang sends it forward. Good save from Etormi, but they're still stuck on the defense.
Yeah, this has been an incredible offensive hold for Pudash and Sons. Just Wolfmang is scary. Wolf is on the hunt. They are scared of this dude. Flips, gets the kill, but they do manage to get it away. They don't get a barrier for their troubles though. Oni's blade kind of goes awry. It's kind of insane. 3-on-2. Pudash pushing up, gets it to Cliff. Cliff gets it to Wolfmang. Around the world a little bit they go. Flip from Kanaseki. Again around the world. Cliff knocks it right out of the Big Finish. And it's just been kind of like crazy. This kind of turnaround that Pudash and Sons have had for this game.
It's a little bit of a core control difference too on Demon Deus, as weird as that is to say. Kragley and Zonseki playing the Fini midfield can't really keep the core contained for long periods of time on the offense, while Cliff playing the Juno can, and we're seeing the effects here as Wolfmang. That's like his 20th try on the goal, and if you give anyone 20 tries, they're going to score.
Yeah, like he was just up there all day, and eventually, like Craigley, it's been shown, like Craigley's Big Finish used to be kind of like a savior of a lot of their offense, and now Craigley's being forced to use it on defense, but just the core speed is so fast that Big Finish isn't taking anymore. That thing's going faster than and then light it sometimes. I'm saying like, no, you can't black hole this. It's just pushing too fast.
One barrier already taken, though. 2 barriers taken. Chikara Eclipse found a little bit of footing in this point, especially since they have both barriers remaining. 1 barrier already down. Looking for 2 is Cliff to the bottom side. More core speed around the world as Kragley sends it away. Zanseki trying to set up, but once again interrupted by Cliff for the 1,000th time in a row. But Zanseki will catch the cross that Kragley sets up, and Chikara Eclipse tying this set up 1-1.
Yeah, Zanseki trying to say like, hey, you give me some space, I can do that too. I just don't have as many bodies being flung around. But yeah, that's been kind of like a big story of this game as well. Aside from like Wolfgang being such a massive threat, is like you were saying earlier, Cliff, as you know, just throwing out slimes everywhere. But that helps, just like a quick two sets. Big Finish again coming out on that offense, trying to go back to their old playbook. It's not quite working out for them, but they're going to try and force the issue anyway. Like I was saying, like once Kragley gets started, then Zanseki gets started. If Zanseki gets started, that's usually a goal.
Going in with the Oni's blade. Not the Oni's blade, I lied. I forgot. It's a rush or something. But once again, Cliff creating chances no matter what, right? With all the core speed, even if they have no barriers, they still have a hotshot Juno that could send the core forward and give them at least one chance on the barriers here, but it's not looking likely. Zanseki to the bottom side, a great strike shot by Pudash, and they do earn a barrier on the other end.
Yeah, beautiful. That flip from Itomi just got completely canceled out by like Slimes and Pudash Arrow. It's kind of like crazy how Cliff just can drop all these mines called Slimes on the field and just cause so much trouble for everybody. Nice reflect by Kragley. Pudash was not expecting it. Got caught out of position. Just beautiful shot straight down the center line. 2 for Eclipse. They are not out of this one yet.
Pudash got a little too confident with that one. Baited away after hitting the pass, and unfortunately baited away from the spot that would have defended. And here's the Timeless Creator Big Finish coming in. Kragley solo taking 2 barriers already. But on the other end, Wolfgang tries to do the same, unsuccessful, and Chikara Eclipse might have the set 5 in the bag.
Quite possibly. Like they got kind of like denied their own like offensive push. That triple take nearly accidentally sent it back, but that's not going to matter with how Kragley has been playing. Again, that Big Finish setup, that Big Finish offense right into Zanseki, just getting ready to like make sure it goes in. That's been the story of their success so far, like in terms of being able to score any goals, and they're going to probably like look to reinforce that whole matter as we come into this next draft. Obviously, we got Monumentalists, we got like Explosive Entrance, Fight or Flight always good, Perfect Form always good. You know that Zentaro is looking for any one of these.
Yeah, Perfect Form denied away. Might go for the dash range here to Zentaro. Actually, Super Surge and Explosive Entrance both available. Denies the Fight or Flight instead, because that's such a powerful awakening, especially on the X in this game. And that's a little rough, right? I think that guy doesn't have a dash awakening, right? Zanseki, so he is limited in his range, which is tough. But I think Chikara Eclipse can work past that.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a defensive draft for Eclipse, and I think it worked out very well. You got a lot of you got a lot of suboptimal awakenings for Pudash, and look at that, just absolutely like just quick brutal KO. And yeah, this might be what Eclipse needs to have found their way back into this game. They might have puzzled it out.
And they're 3 points away from winning ISS Season 1. They're the ones in the lead in the series, even though they've been down in this game. And Zanseki has a flip available to rush forward and find something here. The absolutely massive Big Finish, the maximum size available on this patch. A pass up from Zanseki, threads the needle through the Slimes and through Wolfgang for the first goal of this set. 2 goals away.
That is incredible. With the absolute monstrosity that is that Big Finish, and Zanseki usually like waiting with like an Oni's blade or like even a blade rush. Right now, Pudash and Sons are between Charybdis and Scylla. It's absolutely absurd. And I can't believe I actually managed to work in a classic Grecian reference.
This Big Finish, though, strikes back yet again. So much damage onto Wolfgang, blown off the map, but buffering a dash to get out of there for the moment, but it's still 2 barriers to none. And the game counting down as Itomi builds up a flip. Wolfgang knocked away from the play yet again. Pudash saves it, but for only a moment. And once again, this open net is so difficult to defend.
Yeah, originally, like, it was... Wow, they got, like, a sudden double, like... A sudden double barrier. And this could be the shot that they need. Tries to, like, just punch it through. No sale for Wolfman, Craigley on their last legs trying to get the KO. Big Finish comes out, just one flip to another flip. Hey, spend that cash. You are in your last straights. You don't get no more dates after this.
A big point for Pudat and Sons, but they spend so much energy on that, and that puts them on pretty even footing with Chikara Eclipse in terms of flips. Not the state you want to be in, but I think Chikara Eclipse also sweating a little bit after how fast they lost both barriers in the previous point.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And in this case, yeah, I can definitely understand not wanting to, you know, be down on the energy deficit, especially when stuff like that happens. Just absolutely crazy. And they still managed, and they're still trying to, like, fight for it. Oh, that was just brutal. That was just, ouch. That sucked the air almost out of the room. They have to still keep fighting for it, though.
Zanseki flip available could close the door on this point, and with a follow-up primary to slice and dice, Chikara Eclipse one goal away from winning ISS.
We are in the twilight hour now. This could be wraps. This could be it. So if there's any more magic that is in Pudash and Sons, they've got to find it now, and that's not going to be easy when the Magician is on the other team.
Crowley conjuring up a goal, looking for another, trying to find a barrier here to open everything up. What a great card, but it doesn't quite hit the target, but it sets up Zanseki for a strike war, and now we might be in the final hour.
That's just so messed up. And you've got Zanseki and you've got Craigley going on. I personally smell, yep, there's the Big Finish coming out. They cannot let this thing get close. They managed to stall that out. It's like Cliff going out, but then Triple Take comes out. Zanseki with the finish, the goal. That is game. That is set. That is tournament.
Chikara Eclipse, they've done it. They did not qualify for the finale in the first week. They qualified in the second, but despite that all, they marched through the finale itself with a 7-0 record. And they look good doing it on many different comps, on many different maps, and especially after being down in this one. Pudat and Sons gave them a fight, but in the end, Chikara Eclipse are your ISS champions.
Yeah, they showed that they are an absolute, like, full team. They can handle basically anything, any situation. That they aren't ones to just they aren't ones to crack under pressure. That they know what they're doing with a variety of characters. That they have an answer or can find an answer very quickly for any situation that they find themselves in, and that's what brought them to victory. Just an incredible amount of saves from Itormi, just as usual, putting out an incredible godlike performance in the net. Zanseki and Craigley just being an absolute dynamic duo on the front lines. Just something that, as much as Pudash and Sons tried to war against, and for a while they found an answer for it, but then Eclipse found an answer for the answer, and that was basically it.
Alright, it's time for us to hop into their VC for an interview, so I'll drag you and then I'll drag myself, and we're gonna get right to it. Wait, someone's missing.
Someone is a little shy.
Yeah, about that Itormi guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a bit sus. I don't
And
know.
Itormi does not like the winner's interviews.
Itormi's a little camera shy, but it's okay. He's our
Yeah.
goat.
Hey, he popped off.
Alright,
Wait, I can't
P-Flare,
hear.
real quick, anything you want to ask first? While everything's fresh?
Honestly, it was kind of incredible how you managed to kind of like shake back from that deficit. I want to know, what was the thought process going back? When did y'all kind of like click and realize, okay, this is the game plan. This is what we need to do to take things home.
So what really clicked for us was we just realized they have so much healing from Vembrace X and now that let's just play core control.
Well, it did seem to work. I also I guess thinking through the drafts in that game, is there any like draft that you think really turned that final game around that was really good for your team?
I kind of regret giving Catalyst to X personally because then he also got Ego, but having peak performance with stagger spark and another one giving even more stagger, I personally didn't have to worry much about survivability because I wasn't really able to die much and I had speed. I think the biggest thing was Cragley getting stagger swag personally because he was dying a lot until he got that.
Yeah,
Craig,
I
what do you
like
think?
had my monitor off and
Yeah.
my eyes were closed. I just kept dying to like air, and I was like, dude, what is going on? And then I got Stagger Swagger, and suddenly my monitor's on. I'm sitting up, my gaming chair is like fixed, and it's like all good.
Yeah, I was watching the stream and I just saw Cragley was constantly like on death's door.
Exploding.
Yeah, he was constantly on death's door. So I was just like, Stagger Swagger's gotta come up here. Stagger Swagger's gonna be huge if Cragley gets it.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest thing that we got.
Alright, and Cragley as well. Locking in Finny. Not a very popular midfield pick. But I guess how prepared were you to lock it in on Demon Deus to take it home?
Oh, we'd been in the kitchen, we'd been in the lab with that Finny, because there was one time where I just like kind of played her like just for fun in a scrim, and then Zon and Tormi were like, wait, this kind of goes hard, like you should play this on Demon Deus. And then we did a couple of scrims with the Finny. I would just secondary someone and then Zon would kill them like in 2 seconds, and it was so awesome. But even on a game that like had a lot of, you know, stagger and healing and stuff, like I still was able to make it work. And you know, her skin just came out, so I gotta use it, you know.
The real reason actually seems to be that they really missed me because I wasn't able to play tonight. So they just wanted to get one of my best characters in there as well.
Yeah, kind of
in
an
the midfield.
homage to Flowers
Yeah.
on her birthday. Happy
Yeah,
birthday,
it is my
Flowers, by the
birthday
way.
today.
Birthday.
Oh yeah.
You went to
Yeah.
ISS.
Real.
Oh, speaking of birthdays, there's something we do on the stream.
What do we do? Oh god. Oh
We
god.
sing
oh,
happy
god.
birthday over Discord.
We do.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm so down.
Okay, are you ready to go? Sing happy birthday?
Yeah, let's
Oh
do it.
yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Happy
Happy
birthday
to
you.
Happy
birthday
to
you.
Happy
birthday to Flowers.
Flowers.
Happy
Happy
birthday to you.
Oh,
I gotta say, I love Cragley going up like when you're typically supposed to go down. I love that, like, Cragley really added a lot there. Loved it.
I mean, yeah, I was like, what tempo were we going at, bro? Like,
I had no idea. I was completely off.
We were like 14 BPM, bro. Like, why are we going so slow?
I was gonna
That's
do
what
like operatic shit stuff.
I was gonna go fast.
I think the issue with the Discord delay is that it like makes people try to slow down to catch up, but like then other people slow down and then it's messed up. It's not a good idea, but we do it every time.
It being so bad makes it funny.
That's
Yep.
true.
That makes it better, yeah.
All right, P Flare, anything left you want to ask?
What are your expectations for like next season going forward and just in general? Like, what are you hoping to do? Are there any like new characters you're hoping, and either of y'all are hoping to like maybe test out, expand your roster, so to speak?
So
I want Zon to play Erasmus so bad.
Yeah.
No
Yeah,
idea.
Zon playing
Yeah.
Razzus would be insane.
I will be working on the Rasmus.
Yeah. Better. I don't know, we might be seeing this team in NASA next season.
Yeah, maybe even Nassel. You know.
Real. You never know.
Yeah, where we can
I mean-
force a Tormi to join the post show after a
Oh,
win.
Yeah.
yeah.
This is the second time Atormi's dipped on a winner's interview. First was when he won OSAS, and then now this.
Well, on this note, starting with you, Flowers. Anyone you want to shout out? Anything you want to say?
I have the biggest vouch for Prismo. Tormi, Prismo, and I, we entered week 1 together. And we kind of figured we were just going to qualify super easily. But we failed. So, Zon reached out to me beforehand. Like, before week 1. And, what's it called? We were gonna play ISS together. But I was already on a team with, like, Prismo and Tormi for week 1. And Prismo giving like that's letting Tormy and I build that synergy better opened the door for Zanseki to come in and then later Cragley, and I think that was a huge like snowball effect into turning us into this winning team. So huge shout out to Prismo, and honestly next like Nast season, if we stick together, Nassel even, you might be seeing the Hot Pocket in the goal net. It is what they call me.
Yeah, they do play that pocket. Yep, that's true.
They call me the Hot Pocket.
All right, and Cragley, what do you want to say? Who do you want to shout out? Or
Well-
do you just want to say something?
Well, first and foremost, I want to send all of my love and my support to Get Her Done after an unfortunate way to end your
Yeah,
ISS
same.
run.
Oh my god, I forgot about.
Kind
Yeah.
of broke my heart a little bit because that team was insanely good, and we all hope Mudflap's okay, we all hope Quickcook's okay, and everything that's going on and such, and aside from that, shout out to Tormy for being asleep during a scrim that one time, and then Flowers asked me to fill for the scrim, and then I ended up.
It wasn't
getting
even a
on-
scrim. It was for a tournament because we wanted to practice.
Oh
for-
yeah, that's true. And then
This
you
was a
woke
big-
up,
Yep. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no,
what
that
got you
too.
in here.
of course. And shout out to my mom.
Yeah.
Yep.
Your mom's lovely. Love her.
He is lovely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair, entirely. Yeah.
Shout out to my grandma as well.
True.
Yeah, my
You see the Lion
grandma
King
got.
today.
Yeah, I did go see The Lion King today. And that's why we had Cragley play in my place. Because
Oh,
he's
yeah.
kind of the goat.
Yeah, that's what they call me.
Yeah, they call you the goat.
Well, and Zanseki, anything you want to say?
I'd like to thank Pudash's team, Pudash, Wolfbang, and Cliff, for the ridiculous number of scrims that we've had with them, because they were the main team that we just constantly scrimmed with, like multiple times a week, and it really helped us grow together as a team with having so many scrims together, because me, Cragley, and Utormi had not really played with each other before this season. I knew Flowers a little bit, but she also wasn't here today, so they helped a huge amount for a lot of the experience that we gained together. Shout out to Mikula as well. They helped with a bunch of things and scrimmed whenever we needed to fill. Also, just shout out to Fox and Socks, Senior School 45, possibly my best friends, and Luna because I have to.
Real.
All right.
Guys, Tormy just DM'd me happy birthday. This is awesome.
Oh yeah.
Well, on that note, thank you everyone for watching and participating in this season of the Intermediate Strikers series. And, see you tomorrow for OSAS. Goodbye, everyone.
Oh yeah.
We see a Tormy win Nast next.
Oh yeah.
He's climbing up the ranks.